In accordance with Texas Open Meetings Act, Texas Government Code Chapter 551, members present are Frost Prelo, Luis Galindo, Courtney Lewis, Pete Guerin, Tennessee Walker, Lori George, Jay Segal. Rosa Verdeja is joining us by Zoom, and Bobby Adier is unable to attend the meeting tonight. The time is now 5:01 p.m. on Tuesday, August 11, 2026. We will now recess and reconvene for executive session as authorized by Chapter 551 of the Texas Government Code under Sections 551.071, 072, 074, and 076.
when you're feeling down, wanna come my way, gonna lift you up. Let me hear you say, yeah, we're living on love. 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 Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Oh, oh, we're gonna lift you up. Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Oh, oh, we're gonna lift you up. When you hit the ground, don't you lose your way. Gotta get back up. Let me hear you say, yeah, we're living on love. Yeah, we're living on love. Oh, oh, yeah, we're living on love. Yeah, we're living on love. Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Oh, oh, we're gonna lift you up. Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Oh, oh, we're gonna lift you up. We're gonna take you higher. We're gonna lift you up. Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Oh, oh, we're gonna lift you up. Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Take you higher. We're gonna lift you up. We're gonna take you higher. Take you higher. We're gonna lift you up.
Good morning, Fort Worth ISD. Today is more than an event, it's a launch into a new school year filled with possibility, purpose, and the power of what we can accomplish together. To every teacher preparing classrooms that spark curiosity, to every principal leading with courage and clarity, to every bus driver greeting students before sunrise, to every nutrition and cafeteria team member fueling young minds and bodies, to our paraprofessionals, counselors, nurses, maintenance teams, central office staff, and campus leaders across every corner of this district, thank you. You are the heartbeat of Fort Worth ISD. And this year, we are focused, we are aligned, and we are ready to move forward together. Today, we gather not just as employees of a district, but as one team united around one mission, making success possible for every single student we serve, every single day. We're about to kick off this celebration the right way today. To guide us through our convocation, allow me to introduce our MC, who will bring energy, excitement, and a little bit of fun as we launch convocation as a pivotal time for our school year. Please join me in giving Texas welcome to our MC for convocation, Evan Anderson.
To me, an Elevate principal is one that has a sense of urgency. The challenges that I have faced each and every day being in education for the past 24 years is what has prepared me for this role. Our sense of urgency is what's going to drive achievement, drive our teachers, and drive our students to success. The staff can expect from me full transparency, having high expectations from the beginning that do not waver. That means having our students being held accountable, as well as staff and teachers. There will be rigorous instruction within the classroom, but we will work as a team to get there. I'm excited for this adventure and where it will take the students, the staff, and the community of Hazel Harvey Peace. Success will be an overall TEA rating of an A. Success.
Good morning, Fort Worth ISD family. As we begin a new school year, your school board members want to take a moment to say thank you. Thank you for the work you do every day to serve our kids. Whether you're in the classroom, on a bus, in a cafeteria, in an office, or leading a campus, you're making a difference. Together, we're proud to stand with you as you make this mission possible.
To our teachers and instructional staff, thank you for your commitment to excellence. You are shaping minds, building confidence, and opening doors for every student who walks into your classroom.
To our transportation teams, nutrition services, and support staff, your work ensures students are safe, nourished, and ready to learn every single day. We see you, and we appreciate you.
To our principals and campus leaders, thank you for guiding your schools with vision, with heart, and with steady leadership. You are the foundation that keeps everything moving forward.
To our central office teams and district staff, your behind-the-scenes work makes everything possible. From planning to operations, you keep the district strong and supported.
To our families and guardians, thank you for trusting us with your children. Your partnership is essential, and together we're building brighter futures for every student.
To our community partners and organizations, thank you for investing in Fort Worth ISD. Your support expands opportunities and strengthens every campus across our district.
To every employee across Fort Worth ISD, no matter your role, you matter. Your dedication is what turns goals into outcomes and vision into reality.
As we start this new year, we encourage you to stay focused, stay united, stay committed to our students. The work ahead is important, and we are in it together.
On behalf of the Fort Worth ISD School Board, thank you for everything you do. We're honored to serve alongside you. Let's make this school year one of purpose, progress, and pride, because together we make this mission possible.
I am going to be the new principal here at Western Hills Elementary School.
All right, we're going to start with problem 1.
Students are going to be engaged in meaningful lessons throughout the day.
Y luego de todas estas situaciones, entonces, ¿qué le sucede a las personas?
We are going to be closing some of the gaps that our students have in order to ensure they leave elementary school on grade level ready for middle school. You have amazing futures ahead of you, and again, I'm very excited to be your new principal. We believe that all students can and will achieve high levels of success here at Western Hills Elementary School.
Elevate Campus is a campus where the environment gets an opportunity to reset. I will be your new campus principal next school year. My first changes is to really listen. Listen to the community, listen to the staff, and really try to ensure that I am embracing the culture that has already been built. Hi, yeah, you need help? The ultimate goal here is to ensure that we are producing students that can read on grade level, can write on grade level, have the mathematical skills to be able to compete and attend whatever college they desire years from now.
¿Cuál es una manera de crear arte?
We are here to make sure that students continue growing and learning, because that is the purpose of school.
I am Marlette Martinez, the new principal at West Hanley Elementary. My vision as a principal in my career is at a point where we need to continue that servant leadership in another pocket of Fort Worth ISD. This is definitely a challenge. I personally love challenges. I am a big believer in it's not how good you are, it's how bad you want this. These challenges will be taken as opportunities so that we can continue growing and learning and reaching the maximum capacities of all of our Fort Worth ISD kiddos. We have high expectations from everyone and everybody in our building. Once we have that culture established and we get in routines of celebrating and uplifting one another, the possibilities are endless. We can together take the West Hanley community to a new level.
We love this campus, we love our students, and I'm very excited about all the programs, changes that are coming to allow for our students to get what they need to succeed.
If you don't have a board, just have a seat, I'll get you one.
A lot of changes are going to come with Elevate, and a lot of changes for the good. We are going to be Every moment of every day is going to be student-centered. Every moment of every day is going to be about teaching and learning and growing our students so that we can close those gaps. What I have here is grade 6, but this is the performance. We have too many students who are falling far behind. It's not good enough to grow them a year if we get 6th graders who are at a 3rd grade reading level. We need to grow them 3 years. And Elevate is going to give us the tools that we need to make sure that that happens.
Every day across Fort Worth ISD, our principals and teachers are shaping the future, one student, one classroom, and one campus at a time. Our responsibility is to support that work, remove barriers, and ensure every school has what it needs to improve student outcomes.
To every principal, assistant principal, teacher, and staff member across the Elevate Network, thank you. Your commitment to students this year will make a huge difference, and we're proud to serve alongside you.
In the South region, we know that strong schools are built through strong partnerships. We are committed to supporting our campuses, celebrating successes, and working together to help every student achieve.
Across the North region, excellence begins in the classroom. Every lesson, every relationship, and every opportunity you create moves students one step closer to success.
The Central region is filled with educators who believe in students and never stop working to help them succeed. Thank you for your passion, your perseverance, and your unwavering commitment to our schools.
No matter the campus, the neighborhood, or the region, we are one Fort Worth ISD. Together, we will strengthen instruction, support our schools, and create greater opportunities for every student. Thank you for making this mission possible.
Every morning, long before the first bell rings, our Child Nutrition Services team is already at work, preparing meals that help students learn, grow, and succeed. A nutritious meal is more than food on the tray. It gives students the energy to focus, participate, and make the most of every school day. To every member of our Child Nutrition Services team, thank you for the care, compassion, and pride you bring to work each day. Your commitment nourishes more than just our students' bodies. It helps prepare them for learning and supports their success in the classroom. Because every meal you serve is an investment in a student's future, every meal matters because every student matters.
Great schools begin with great people. Every day, the talent management team works behind the scenes to recruit, hire, develop, and support the exceptional people who serve our students all across Fort Worth ISD. From a candidate's first interview to an employee's professional growth, our work is about ensuring every campus has the talented educators and dedicated staff needed to help our students succeed. To every member of our talent management team, thank you so much for the work you do to strengthen our district, support our employees, and invest in the people who make learning possible. Behind every successful student is a team of dedicated professionals committed to their future. We bring great people to Fort Worth ISD because great people change lives.
Learning today depends on connection, access, and innovation. Every day, our technology team works behind the scenes to ensure students and staff have the tools, systems, and support they need for teaching and learning to happen without interruption. From classrooms to campuses across the district, your expertise keeps us connected, solves problems before they become barriers, and creates opportunities for every learner. To every member of our technology team, thank you for your dedication, your responsiveness, and your unwavering commitment to supporting our schools every day. Because the work you do ensures our teachers can teach, our students can learn, and our district can move forward. You may work behind the scenes, but your impact is seen in every classroom, every campus, every day.
Students learn best when they feel safe, healthy, and cared for. Every day, our health service team provides the care, compassion, and expertise that helps students stay in the classroom and ready to learn. Whether responding to everyday needs or unexpected emergencies, you are often the calm presence students need most. To every nurse and every member of our health services team, thank you for the professionalism, dedication, and heart you bring to our schools each day. Your impact extends far beyond the health office. You help create the conditions for students to learn, grow, and succeed. Because every student deserves someone who cares for their well-being as much as their potential.
Every student deserves to walk into a school that is safe, welcoming, and ready for learning. Every day, our custodial, maintenance, and operations teams work behind the scenes to create the environments where teaching and learning can happen. From preparing classrooms and maintaining our facilities to responding when challenges arise, your work makes a difference long before the first bell rings. To every member of our district's operation team, thank you for your commitment, professionalism, and pride in serving our schools. While much of your work happens behind the scenes, its impact is experienced by every student, every employee, and every visitor who walks through our doors. Because every safe, clean, and well-maintained campus sends a powerful message to our students. You matter, and this place was prepared for you. You don't just care for our facilities, you help create the conditions where students and educators can do their very best work.
Every morning, our transportation team works to ensure our students have a safe and reliable path to school. Our drivers, attendants, dispatchers, mechanics, and support staff do more than move students from one place to another. They provide consistency, build relationships, and help ensure that every student arrives ready to learn and returns home safely. To every member of our transportation team, thank you for your dedication to the students and families we serve. Your work is essential to the success of our schools, and your impact is felt on every campus every day. The journey to student success begins long before a student enters the classroom, and you help make that journey possible.
It is a proportional relationship, then they create a graph.
An Elevate school means we're in school transformation. Our goal is to have a very structured curriculum, highly engaged students in our classrooms. I see the colored pens. Tell me a little bit about the colored pens. A couple of our main focuses this year, of course, will be our students and staff, but we also want to build that partnership with our community partners and our families. Do you like writing? Yes. Students will have teachers that are well prepared, who have internalized their lessons, who build engaging classrooms, relationships are strong with the teachers. And so your graph is telling the answer to that question. Oh, I love it, I love it, I love it.
Hello, volunteers and partners. I'm Fort Worth ISD Superintendent Dr. Peter Licata. Today and every day, we honor you and we thank you. Every day you help our schools shine. Your generosity, kindness, and bright smiles show our students and teachers that Fort Worth ISD is more than just a place to learn. It's a community that comes together to support one another and drive our shared success. So today, we thank you for being a light in our district. Whether you read to a class, made a donation, helped teachers get the needed supplies, or worked on a campus, thank you. Thank you for your time, thank you for your commitment, and thank you for your generosity.
You ready?
Yeah.
You got it.
It takes a village to raise a child, and there's no better village than ours. Thank you for your service and commitment to Fort Worth ISD.
I am a servant leader who is coming with passion and resilience to impact the lives of our students in Fort Worth ISD. This represents one of the biggest challenges of my life because we're going to transform the lives of every single student enrolled. Students better get ready because we're going to maximize your greatest potential. And staff, I'm going to challenge you to grow and get better together. There cannot be impact on academic achievement without a positive culture, and we are going to build that together as we become William James. Learning is joy. Kids will be jumping on joy, wanting to give the right answer, wanting to learn. Teachers will be giving each other feedback. We will become the premier campus in the whole district.
Good morning. I love all these outfits. So nice. The motto here at Diamond Hill Elementary is excellence everywhere, whatever it takes, and that's exactly what's going to happen. We have teachers everywhere they need to be, going to make sure that every student, every classroom, every teacher is set up for success. Students are going to be building the capacity that we know that they can reach.
La cosecha de maíz.
My ultimate goal is for us to be an A campus. We have so many great systems and procedures and routines in place already, and it's definitely just looking at where can we really prioritize what needs to be different so that we can make sure that we can get to that A that our community, our students, our staff deserve.
box method is easier for you, then that's what you're going to write.
Being an Elevate principal means accelerating student learning. So as a leader, the staff should expect for me to be seen. Greeting the kids, looking at the work that they are doing, making sure that they are being exposed to grade level materials, and just making sure that doing lots of coaching for our teachers and making sure that we're all prepared.
One was our standard algorithm.
Success for my campus looks like really 100% of our kids achieving on grade level.
Tell me how you would describe your school in one word.
Optimistic.
Optimistic, very nice. Who has made the biggest impact on your success?
Miss Lockett.
Tell me why Miss Lockett.
Because Miss Lockett, she's pushed me through all of it, and she helps me to really realize how much potential I have in math and my theater skills.
Any other teachers that has done something for you up until this point at 7th grade that you'll never forget? Somebody that always stands out in your memory.
Miss Dewberry.
Miss Dewberry. Tell me about Miss Dewberry.
Miss Dewberry, she's a very nice reading teacher. She's so honest. She lets us know what we can do to improve and how we can continue to make ourselves better.
How has your principal helped you believe in yourself?
Miss Goldie, she gives us our goals, and she just let us know that we can do it. Like, she gives us courage to let us know that we can pull through as a good school.
What motivates you to go to school every day?
To continue to learn and to be successful.
Tell me about some dreams that you have. What does Trevor want to do? What are your dreams and aspirations going into high school and then eventually going in after high school?
I want to go to school for a neurosurgeon or to be an actor.
Where do you get that motivation from? What made you, that's amazing. What made you want to say, hey, I want to be a neurosurgeon, I want to study that?
Because I want to help people that really needs help, like like with their brain, like if they have like a brain tumor or cancer inside their brain, I want to help them to get rid of that so they can continue to success as I am.
Okay, I want you to finish this sentence. Because of my school, I know I can.
Because of my school, I know I can push and reach my full potential to become what I want to be.
If you could thank one educator today, one teacher today, one principal today, what would you say to them? And that's any teacher or any principal or any person that has been in your life during education.
I would say to my assistant principal, Mr. Anderson, thank you for showing me how I can better myself and how I can continue to help other students to reach the potential that I can reach, and that we can all be great as a good school.
Tell me what makes your school special.
What makes G.M. McClung special is their faculty and their staff. The staff really motivates you. Even the hall monitors, they really reach you. Like they really touch you in your heart to keep doing what you do, because they see potential in you. They know that you can be what you want to be.
If every teacher and every principal in this audience can hear you say one thing, you have this platform, what would you tell them?
I would tell them, thank you for teaching all of us to help us success and reach our goals.
What is 4 times 6?
24. Principal in Elevate School, W.J. Turner, means to me it's a privilege and bringing in the best of the best.
Okay. Vamos a ver primero el apellido.
Staff, teachers, and community should expect high quality instruction.
Este nos dio 84.
Muy bien. Ay, perfecto. In 6 months, the school will look absolutely different.
I'm excited to see all of our students challenged.
There is an amazing team joining W.J. Turner for the next school year. I think the parents are going to be excited.
Yeah! Good job.
Hi, my name is Victoria Robinson and I attend TCC South Collegiate. When people ask me why I chose TCC South Collegiate, the answer is actually pretty simple. My older sister came here first and I watched the opportunities it opened for her. I saw her graduate with more than just a high school diploma. I saw her graduate with confidence and a head start on her future. I wanted that same opportunity for myself. Today, I'm earning my associate degree while still in high school. That's something I never imagined when I first started. And it means I'll be able to begin the next chapter of my life already moving forward instead of starting from scratch. But what makes this school special isn't just the classes or the college credit, it's the people. Dr. Collins isn't the kind of principal who just stays behind the desk. She's in the hallways, talking with students, checking on us, and making sure we're doing well. Mrs. Huffnagel has always encouraged us and reminded us that our goals matter. And Professor Teo challenges us every single day. He has high expectations, but he also makes learning fun. He pushes us because he believes we're capable of more than we sometimes believe about ourselves. Because of them, I've learned to see myself differently. I've become more confident, happier, and more willing to challenge myself. Because now I know I have adults who care, not just about my grades, but about my future. I know there are a lot of conversations happening about public education right now, but my experience tells a different story. Public schools are filled with teachers, principals, and staff who show up every day believing in students before we even believe in ourselves. They hold us accountable because they care. And when students have adults in a community that refuse to give up on them, amazing things happen. So here's what I want everyone to remember. Don't let the headlines tell you what's possible for students. Come and meet us, because when educators believe in us, nothing is impossible.
Elevate is just about rising to the occasion, taking students higher, and that's what it's all about with instruction.
Total es 10. ¿Cuál es la primera parte? 1.
Being able to think and to analyze and to make sure we're applying those specific skills to all different practices that they have.
All right, everyone, please help me. What is the number on the board?
The message and the expectations or the outcomes are still the same. Already have high expectations here for our kids at George Clark. However, we want to take them to the next level. When students win, we all win.
Excelente.
I am the principal at Rufino Mendoza, which is now an Elevate campus, and that means that we center instruction on student success and performance immediately.
So vamos a dividir.
We want to make sure that the moment the students walk in, that they are learning and they are in the optimal learning environment. We are making sure that our teachers have a very clear understanding of exactly what instruction should look like at a rigorous level from the beginning of the day to the end of the day.
Muy bien, muy bien. Excelente.
We want them to know that we believe in them and they can do anything that they want to dream to do, and that we are going to give them the superpower of their education to do those dreams.
Exactamente, muy bien, Ali. ¿Qué más?
At Helding Elementary, making this mission possible begins with our people. Every member of our staff is committed to growing, not just our students, but ourselves. We are open to coaching, we learn from one another, and we believe that when adults continue to grow, students do too. Just a few years ago, our campus had experienced the same results for consecutive years. We knew our students deserved more. Together, with a new leadership team, strong systems, and incredible staff, we focused on what mattered most: building trust, creating consistency, and believing in one another. That work led to a significant student growth, but more importantly, it transformed the culture of our campus. What makes Helding truly special is our legacy. Many of our parents once sat in the same classrooms taught by the very teachers who are still serving our students today. Our educators have taught multiple generations of families, and their passion is the heartbeat of our campus. Every day, we want our students to know they are valued, celebrated, and capable of achieving great things. We intentionally recognize their hard work because every child deserves to feel seen, encouraged, and inspired to keep growing. To my fellow educators across Fort Worth ISD, thank you for answering a call that is anything but easy. It takes extraordinary people to choose this work every single day. Every decision we make should be grounded in one purpose: creating better outcomes for students. Because the work we do doesn't just impact a single school year, it shapes families, strengthens our communities, and changes generations. My name is Nicole Burkhart, and I make this mission possible.
So today we
are comparing fractions.
We have an expectation where our students and our teachers and our staff are high performers.
Vincent Van Gogh's Sunflowers has paint.
Instruction is taking place every single day from bell to bell. The teachers are being supported, students are being supported. Y'all look really cool today. How was field day? My main responsibility is to ensure that our students are getting everything they need in order to support the whole child. The expectation is high. It does not come without support. There are no losers when it comes to providing education or supporting our students. We are winners here at THN.
Everyone say alphabet knowledge.
A principal of an Elevate campus means that we are supporting our campus to the fullest so that we can make sure our students are able to hit their targets.
This is letter F.
This is letter F.
The teachers have to prepare for rigorous instruction.
Sound is O.
Sound is O.
every student is walking away being able to read, write, and complete math word problems within their grade level expectations. So what y'all think? I think what sets our school apart is our ability to hone in on the needs of our students.
If I'm asked what I do in my classroom that makes my students successful, I would be doing a disservice to many wonderful educators and staff members if I even began with the word I. The students at MH Moore are successful because of the community of educators that surrounds them every day. Every teacher and staff member cultivates success by focusing on two key approaches. First, every person on our campus, whether they teach upper or lower grades, serve as an instructional assistant, teach specials, or work in the front office, knows our students. We take the time to learn who they are, both in the classroom and at home, and understand their academic strengths and areas for growth. Then, by focusing on the academic standards for each grade level, we work together to find the best ways to reach each student as an individual. The second approach is just as important. At Moore, every member of our campus community does their part to make students want to be there and want to participate. Staff members lead extracurricular activities, they prepare for campus events and competitions, they provide tutoring, and they show up to support students even beyond the school day. Those moments build relationships that go beyond a typical student-teacher dynamic. They create trust, inspire students to show up every day, and they encourage them to push themselves academically because they know they are surrounded by people who believe in them, who guide them, and who genuinely care about their success.
My role as an Elevate principal, it means that we have to move with a sense of urgency. Our students need high quality Tier 1 instruction in order to have high levels of student achievement and growth. At WM Green, we have a high performance culture, so the whole community, staff, all stakeholders are working towards the same common goal, and that is high student outcomes for our kids. My time in turnaround schools has really prepared me for this challenge as the Elevate principal. I know working in turnaround schools is hard work, but when we all work together, we can achieve those results. We can have high student achievement and high growth and give students the learning opportunities that they deserve.
Mission Possible means believing there are no limits to what our students can achieve when strong leadership, exceptional teaching, and a positive school culture come together. Throughout my career, and most recently as principal of Pasco High School before transitioning to serve our school leaders in the Central Region, I have learned that our work is about more than improving student outcomes. It is about building systems that endure, cultivating a culture where people feel valued, removing barriers to success, and developing leaders who inspire others to do their best work. Today, my role is to support, coach, and empower principals and leadership teams so they can create campuses where both students and staff thrive. When we invest in our leaders, we strengthen every classroom. When we equip them with the tools, competence, and support to lead with purpose, success becomes more than a possibility. It becomes the expectation. As we begin this school year, I hope we never lose sight of why this work matters. Every student in Fort Worth ISD deserves access to a high-quality education that opens doors, expands opportunities, and creates a lasting impact for generations to come. When we lead with purpose, work together, and remain focused on students, we prove that every day that this mission is not only possible, it is transformational.
I graduated as an Eagle and now I'm returning as an Eagle, and Eagles fly high.
¿Las palabras primas tienen el mismo sonido?
We're going to make sure that the kids elevate to the level that they need to be.
Y allá. ¿Cuáles son las dos letras?
No matter what classroom they go into, they're going to get the best of what their teacher has to offer.
Anyone who is in a program already have their degree.
I really want a teacher focus group so that they know that this is their work. I'm just here to support them.
Make sure you're listening and paying attention, guys.
So when you come to Harlanville, you're going to need some sunglasses because the students are going to be brighter, the staff is going to be brighter. You're going to feel elevated when you walk into the building.
Let's start here. It has been an honor to be selected as the principal here at Van Zandt Gwynn for the first year of Elevate.
Now that we know that we need to make sure our units are all the same.
We're looking for people that care about education and are ready to move the needle.
How many inches are in 1 yard?
And you're going to see students engaged 100% of the time.
Hay unas venenosas y unas que no.
The work is going to be intense, but it's going to mean student achievement.
Keep working. I'm coming to check my other groups and then I will come back to you, okay?
Regardless of the zip code, our kids are going to make the movement that they deserve.
Yes, yes.
for two. And this In accordance with the open meetings law, the board opened the meeting at 5 p.m. with a quorum present, recessed open session, convened executive session, adjourned executive session, and now reconvenes open session at 6:25 p.m. with a quorum present. I'd like to note that in our earlier roll call, we showed Bobby Adier is absent, and I believe he is joining us on Zoom. And Rosa Verdeja will join us on Zoom as well. Okay. Please stand with me and welcome the South Hills High School Junior ROTC to present the colors of our nation and state, and Renia Sherman from fellow Jacket, Arlington Heights High School, to sing our national anthem.
Left. Mark time. March. Color guard. Hold. Left. Face. Present. Colors.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we held at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God.
Carried. Colors. Right. Face. Forward. March. Left. 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 Right. Right. Left. Color guards. Hold.
Please be seated. Thank you, South Hills Junior ROTC, and thank you, Ms. Sherman from Arlington Heights High School. Thank everyone for joining us tonight. Second day of school, and before we get on with other business of the meeting, I want to stop for a moment and acknowledge the 11,800 people who answered the call yesterday, the first day of school. And the day began well before the sun came up for our folks that worked in the bus barns, the maintenance workers, the bus drivers, cafeteria workers. Bus drivers brought our children safely to school. Cafeteria workers were there with a fresh, hot breakfast. Our teachers were ready, assistant principals, and administrators throughout the entire district. So got the year off to a great start, and I'd like to acknowledge the extraordinary couple of days that I had for our children. I'd like to give them all a round of applause and thank the parents for entrusting their kids to us. Now, I'd like to welcome the Senior Executive Director for Communications and Community Partnerships, Mr. Evan Anderson, for our student recognitions. Mr. Anderson.
Hey, good Tuesday evening, President Guerin, Superintendent Dr. Licata, good evening to you and to all the board members present here tonight. We now invite here this evening our board members to join us in recognizing these outstanding students and staff who represent the very best in Fort Worth ISD. And as we begin, we kindly ask each one of you to hold your applause just for a moment until the conclusion of this recognition. And we ask that our board members please remain in front of the dais as we, I said they're in dais, as we begin taking a group photo here tonight in tonight's recognition here in the boardroom. Say it in Spanish. Tonight, we recognize our greeters from the South Hills High School JROTC. These exceptional students embody the spirit of leadership. They embody the spirit of commitment as well as community service that is at the heart of the JROTC program here in our district. Please join me in thanking Cadet Colonel Jonathan Flores. Cadet Command Sergeant Major Angel Fuentes. Cadet Command Sergeant Major Eli Gonzalez. Cadet Second Lieutenant Gabriel Garcia. And their instructor, First Sergeant Michael Long. And take a quick moment to take a photo here.
Together, big smile, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Thank you.
Thank you. President Guerin, this concludes our presentation of recognitions for tonight. Thank you.
The next item is the Fort Worth Independent School District's public hearing on the 24-25 State Compensatory Education Report, which is now called to order. Dr. Licata, I'll turn it over to you.
Are we ready? Because I know you are. You always are. Thank you, Jamie.
All right, so
Good evening, President Guerin, Dr. Licata, and Board of Managers. My name is Jamie Rodriguez, and I'm the Executive Director of Grants and Development here at Fort Worth ISD. This evening, I'm here to present the State Compensatory Education Report for the 24-25 school year. Please note that although we're in fiscal year 26-27, this report is a year behind. And as such, the report for today is for the 24-25 school year. I'm not sure if the presentation will be, it's there, okay, all right, so we're good. I want to start off with explaining what state compensatory education is for Fort Worth ISD. State compensatory education funding is funding given to Fort Worth ISD to support students that are at risk of dropping out of school. These funds are generated through the state's funding formula and are accounted for in the district's general operating budget. In the 24-25 school year, Fort Worth ISD allocated $50 million in state compensatory education for Fort Worth ISD. The purpose of the state compensatory education funds are to increase academic achievement and reduce the dropout rate. State compensatory education does come with compliance requirements, very similar to grants and Title I, which is one of the reasons why I'm here presenting state compensatory education to you. The first requirement that you can see here is making sure that every dollar spent is aligned with the campus needs assessment and the campus improvement plans. All schools are required to go through a planning process to develop a needs assessment and a campus improvement plan. And so we make sure that every dollar spent has alignment with these documents. For the central office allocation, we do make sure that all funds are aligned with the district improvement plan and strategic plan. That's the first requirement. Now, with the second requirement, we are, as a school district, required to evaluate how the funds are used. And at the school level, this happens when the campuses are developing their needs assessment every spring. At the district level, this happens more at the end of the year when department leaders gather data and analyze their programs to see what worked, what can be improved, and so on. For the annual report that we have posted on our website, we have collaborated with department leaders, majority from curriculum and instruction, and we have a very comprehensive report. The third requirement is holding an annual public hearing, which is what I'm doing here today. Public hearing can be done through different mediums. Fort Worth ISD has chosen to do this through a board meeting for the past 3 years. We are providing to the public a list of central allocated activities, how we use state compensatory education. State compensatory education was used to support academic programs, Fort Worth After School, intervention services for the district, restorative practices, student engagement and completion, and summer school. These are the big initiatives that were funded out of state compensatory education in the 24-25 school year. Many of these activities are still ongoing for Fort Worth. And so the 24-25 annual report, it's a 186-page document that's posted on our website. It's very, it has much data, detailed breakdown of how funds were used, full evaluation of Fort Worth After School, summer school, and information that may be useful for the public to have. And for accountability, we make sure that it gets posted on our website as part of the TEA requirements. Fort Worth ISD will collect public input during this board meeting. Additional feedback may be submitted via email to grants email at fwisd.org by August 21st of 2026. What we'll do is create an executive summary for the leadership team to use for planning purposes for the current and upcoming school years. And at this time, this concludes the presentation for this evening. I thank you for your time and wish us all a great school year. Dr. Licata, I will now pass it on to you.
Thank you, Mrs. Rodriguez. And of course, Ms. Moss, I appreciate you. Is there any questions, sir?
Any member of the board have questions? Okay. Dr. Licata and your staff, thank you very much for this important presentation. Next item on the agenda is the public comment period to discuss the 24-25 State Compensatory Education Report. And at this time, we'll hear from the one person who did request to speak concerning this report. Ask Ms. Ambika Sharma to please approach the podium. You will have 2 minutes.
Okay, hi, good evening. It's good to see Ms. Jamie Rodriguez. So I have 2 complaints. One is, by law, you guys have to post the agenda a week before, by Wednesday evening. And so I called Wednesday around 5 o'clock, and this compensatory report was not available. I was told it would be available by midnight, or rather the agenda would be available by midnight. The agenda was made available by midnight, and if you go to the agenda, there's a PDF hyperlink, and you click on it, it doesn't take you anywhere. It just takes you to like, oh, we're gonna talk about this in the agenda. So I had to call Ms. Rodriguez, try to figure out where is the compensatory document, like what am I commenting on? And so she had to give me the exact URL because your website, I couldn't figure out where to go find this. And so she gave me the exact URL, and on there was no 2024-2025 compensatory report on Thursday morning. She mentioned it will be made available on Friday. I checked, it wasn't there. It was there yesterday. So I'm annoyed that I was given less than 24 hours to comment on this, and I'm the only speaker. So that's my grievance number 1. Grievance number 2, she did mention 186 pages of PDF, that is true, but of these 186 pages, around 74 pages were for Edgenuity. So that's one of the programs. It's an online program for students who are deemed to be at risk. You all should know, it's very concerning that 73.6% of 4th ISD students were deemed at risk. And so the problem that I have is, there are 74 pages, but they were all given by the vendor directly, Edgenuity, all vendor data. The second one is Girls Inc., all vendor data. We did not do any own independent analysis. So when I look on the page 2, it says that this meeting, or the purpose of this document is that you will do your own analysis on how are the funds being spent. Analysis was not done. For example, in my 7 seconds, so this is a slide. The purple color is not your formatting. So if you see they're talking about objectives and outcome, it's empty. What are your objectives? What are your outcomes? So you should table this topic.
Thank you, Ms. Sharma. This concludes our hearing of speakers for this item. The public hearing is now closed. I'll now turn it over to Dr. Licata for the superintendent's report.
Thank you, President Guerin, and board members and members of the community. If you don't mind, I want to take an extra minute or 2 because we do have some presentations to go with this that was requested at the board member's request. I'm pleased to report that Fort Worth ISD experienced an amazingly smooth and successful start to the school year. We certainly had some isolated flare-ups involving logistics, communications, and facilities, as can be expected in an organization of our size. However, taken as a whole, the first day was outstanding. It was consistently described by employees and community members as the best start to the school year in many years. However, that success belongs to our entire organization. Employees across the district worked tirelessly in preparation for Monday to late Sunday night, including with many continuing late into Sunday evening, from teachers, principals, campus staff to transportation facilities, operations, child nutrition, technology, safety and security, and our central office teams. Our employees demonstrated extraordinary dedication to the students of Fort Worth ISD. I want to thank every one of them. During the past 2 days, I've made 12 campus visits across 9 schools, W.M. Green, Dunbar, Jacques, Lily B. Clayton, A.M. Pate, Benbrook, Sunrise, Wedgwood, Clifford Davis, O.D. Wyatt. Some of those schools twice. I saw students excited to be back, teachers actively engaging their classroom, relationships being built, and excellent work taking place throughout our schools. I left those visits very encouraged and optimistic about the year ahead. However, being upbeat about what I saw does not mean we are satisfied. We still have significant work to do. If I were assigning a grade to our first day, I'd give us an A- or a B+. It may sound a little demanding, particularly when so many people called it our best opening years, but great organizations never confuse strong performance with the completion of work. Great organizations continually evaluate themselves, identify opportunities for improvement, and get better, regardless of how well they believe they are doing. We are listening. We are expanding and improving our communications with families, employees, and the broader community. We are also developing stronger systems that our schools become the first and foremost reliable place for parents to turn when they need information or assistance. As successful as our opening was, we must continue implementing the systems and processes that have not been here consistently present throughout this organization. Sustainability of excellence requires more than individual effort. It requires dependable systems, clear accountability, effective communication, and a culture of continuous improvement. I would also like to provide an update regarding uncertified classroom teachers. As of today, noon, Fort Worth ISD employs 4,844 classroom teachers. Of those, 277, or approximately 5.72%, were uncertified. It is important that our community understands what that designation means. These are college educated professionals, many who originally prepared their careers in fields such as accounting, finance, biochemistry, and other disciplines. They have now answered a calling to help change the future by educating today's children. Our school board has already approved our waiver, which requires us to work towards goal of having 0 uncertified teachers, which also aligns with the direction, the future of state requirements. We are working closely with Region 11 and our local university partners to support these teachers as they complete requirements necessary to earn their certifications. These individuals, like any employee for our district, regardless of the positions, have undergone extensive background screenings. Our enrollment, a little good news here, our enrollment has now exceeded 59,754 students, an increase of 2,744 students since yesterday. We expect that number to continue growing over the next several weeks as additional students return and complete the enrollment process. I also want to thank everyone involved in responding to yesterday's lockdown, and I believe we even have some of the officers that were there at O.D. Wyatt High School. Safety and security of our students and employees will always be among our highest priorities. We especially appreciate the community member who saw something and said something. Fort Worth ISD, nor I, will dismiss or minimize any threat. Every threat will be investigated and the appropriate consequences will be enforced to the fullest extent possible. 5 young lives were changed dramatically yesterday because of bad decisions. I again implore our parents and families to speak with their children about the seriousness of making, sharing, or repeating threats. These actions have real and potentially life-altering consequences. Finally, I want to offer a special shout out to my bus driver yesterday, Mr. Kenneth Meeks. Kenneth is a 10-year veteran driver who did a wonderful job, and I thank him for his service to Fort Worth ISD. I also learned that Kenneth serves as a referee for youth sports. That is a wonderful reminder of people like Kenneth influence the future of our children in many ways, not only through their professions, but through their willingness to become involved in the community. Too often our society is quick to tear people down on social media and in public while overlooking the many good people who quietly make our community a better place every day. Let us make a greater effort to build up our community instead of searching for every opportunity to tear it down. Get involved like Kenneth. Make a positive difference in the life of a child. Our children need us to be present as teachers, coaches, mentors, role models, and supporters, not simply as critics standing on the sidelines. I am reminded of Theodore Roosevelt's famous words about the person in the arena. The individual willing to step forward, do the work, and risk falling short while striving to make a meaningful difference. Let us recognize and celebrate the people who enter that arena every day on behalf of our children. Thank you. Next, I will have Dr. Solis provide a brief presentation on our Elevate, Emerge, and Exemplar school models. Dr. Solis.
Licata. I am pleased to be with you tonight to discuss the Earned Autonomy Framework that we are going to explore here for just a moment. If I can get the presentation up, please.
Board members, we have enacted to where you can actually see the presentation on your screen in front of you under Documents. I know you haven't had that done before, so we still will make the font big enough for the audience to see, but you'll be able to see in front of you.
All right, so let's get grounded on the Earned Autonomy Framework and the reason why we have established this framework. If I can get the appropriate clicker. Thank you so much. All right, so 65,000 students, 3 levels of autonomy, and 100% of our campuses being held to the same instructional expectations. That is the premise of our Earned Autonomy Framework in Fort Worth ISD. Really, the purpose of the framework that Dr. Licata wanted to capture in his vision was just making sure that our levels of support and district direction match the needs of every school in our district. We know that our schools who have historically been underperforming need a certain level of district direction, guidance, and support. And those schools that have had historically high levels of student achievement, not just in their overall accountability rating, but in their student achievement domain, need a little bit less of that district direction and non-negotiability. Therefore, we've created the 3 levels of the Earned Autonomy Framework. Those 3 levels of the Earned Autonomy Framework include Elevate, Emerge, and Exemplar campuses. So you are familiar with the 19 original Elevate campuses, and based on the preliminary data, we did add 5 additional campuses to that Elevate list as Elevate Focus campuses. Those Elevate Focus campuses have the highest level, and the Elevate Autonomy Framework have the highest level of district support, structure, and partnership from their regional office or from the Elevate region with a clearly defined non-negotiable instructional model, instructional day, and curriculum. All other campuses fall into either the Emerge or Exemplar bucket. And so the vast majority of our Fort Worth ISD campuses fall into the Emerge category, which is the mostly district-directed framework with coaching, clear expectations, guided autonomy owned by the campus leadership team and supported by their regional office. And the highest level of autonomy, earned autonomy here, are our Exemplar campuses with sustained records of excellence, earning the greatest degree of autonomy in the district's overall program, schedule, and budget. And we'll go through those campuses here in just one moment. So here are the non-negotiables at every level, regardless of what bucket a campus fits in, Elevate, Emerge, or Exemplar. Here are the things that will remain true altogether. Of course, 100% of the TEKS at every grade level must be taught. We are focused on making sure we are improving the quality of instruction, that Tier 1 instruction, and we have aligned in Fort Worth ISD our instructional model and the instructional delivery model to what we are calling the Cowtown 12. Some of you were able to join us during the professional development sessions with principals and got to hear and see what the Cowtown 12 looks like and sounds like in that instructional delivery. And then, of course, objectives being posted in every classroom we feel is very important to ensure students understand what it is they are expected to learn every day, regular instructional observations by campus leaders, and then, of course, our daily DOLs, making sure that we are assessing whether or not students are moving toward independent mastery of the day's lesson. Things like the assessment calendar, the academic calendar, the principal and teacher evaluations, those will remain the same regardless of the level of autonomy. And then, of course, governance calendars and our governance policies, our board policies remain the same for all schools regardless of their autonomy level. You know a little bit about the levels now. Let's dive into what each level really means. So if we dive into the Elevate level here, we have done extensive presentations throughout our community to talk about what Elevate is, but at a 10,000-foot view here for the Elevate level of autonomy, we have a prescribed instructional day, a non-negotiable curriculum that is implemented. We have master schedules that have been created for each of those campuses and a staffing model that really aims at supporting our students in our classrooms to get to higher levels of achievement. And so these pieces of the Elevate level are not negotiable. They are required in all of the 24 schools. And then, of course, on the guardrails and the areas where an Elevate campus would need to seek approval are listed on the right-hand side of the screen here. No external vendors. Coaching instruction, coaching our teachers. We want our principals and our regional leaders to really be the instructional leaders in the Elevate model. All purchase services must be approved by the regional office with clear links to student outcomes. We want to make sure our resources are aligned in our schools that need resources the most to improving student outcomes. If we move on to level 2, which is our emerge level, you will see here that these campuses are using Bluebonnet Plus curriculum and supplemental resources from a district-approved list. Our academics team, of course, vets all high-quality instructional materials, and our emerge campuses get a little bit more autonomy than our Elevate campuses on what those materials look like. Build the master schedule with district parameters. So again, our academics team in partnership with our school's office sets those master schedule drivers, and those schools that are in the emerge level of autonomy are expected to follow those master schedule drivers and the professional development calendar that has been approved by the regional office. Curriculum selections and any supplemental materials are vetted and approved by the regional office, by their regional chief. Master schedule is vetted before it is implemented at the start of the school year. Staffing plans are reviewed by the regional chief. So you can see here there's a little bit more autonomy than a Elevate campus, where an Elevate campus is inheriting a drafted master schedule, is inheriting a staffing model that has been already written and prescribed for the campus. Here, there's a little bit more of guidance and partnership with the school. And then as we move to the highest level of autonomy, going over to level 3, our exemplar campuses, our exemplar campuses have full autonomy over their instructional day. They also have full selection autonomy from the HQIM, what we call high quality instructional materials, including discretion over supplemental resources. Want to be clear, the state lists out what HQIM schools may implement, and that is the list that they will have access to in support of the school's office, with the school's office and the academics office. Full autonomy over the master schedule, broad discretion over budget allocations, campus designed PD on those professional development days. And then on the right, you will still see there the things that we just discussed that are still required even in our most autonomous schools. Moving on from exemplar, here are the schools that are the 8 exemplar campuses in our district. I am Terrell, Young Women's Leadership Academy, Texas Academy of Biomedical Science, TCC South, Marine Creek, Tanglewood Elementary, Overton Park Elementary, and West Park Elementary. And I want to take a look here at the demographics of each school. I do believe it is very important for us to recognize not only the achievement, but the students that are being served in these schools. And as you can see, we have a very diverse student population, not just in our Fort Worth ISD, but also in our exemplar campuses. Next slide, please. Any questions?
I have a question. When you refer to, let me see if I can, I'm sorry, the no external vendors or coaches for instruction, is that referring specifically to within the school day? Or I know we have a number of grant-funded programs. Literacy United runs a fully funded after-school program. So is that as well, or?
What we're talking about is our tier 1 instruction. So what we don't want is we don't want consultants or vendors coming into our classrooms during the instructional day and coaching teachers on what quality instruction looks like. We have done extensive training with our principals, our assistant principals, and regional staff to make sure that we are all calibrated and aligned on what must be true at the end of the school year with accelerated student outcomes. And we do not want any consultants or vendors coaching our teachers or sending a counterintuitive message on what quality instruction looks like. That's been clearly defined by superintendent.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
We are not relying on outsiders to go ahead and do instruction. It's that group sitting over there that's been trained and trains our principals and our assistant principals and to support our teachers, and we do not want outside influences and have to pay for that when we have that great group over there.
I guess I'll start by saying I think sustained success under an autonomy model is the goal, so that we can get this thing back on track and turn back over to the public in elected form. So I like the fact that we've got autonomy, but how do we arrive on the parameters of an A overall and an A in domain 1 for 3 years, both to establish the 8 autonomous schools and also to establish the bar for a school to move from emerge to exemplar? Obviously, I would love to see a lot more schools in our emerge section. I think we've got some wonderful schools that fall into that segment that I would like to see, be exemplar and be given some autonomy so that the wonderful principals and staffs on those campuses can do their thing. So what's the basis for that? And can you shed some light on it?
So I'll open that up and then hand off to Dr. Solis. Well, one is, if you're anyone who knows data or understands the stock market or any type of weather or any type of geological, biological, one incident, it's a happening. 2, considered a trend. 3 is a pattern where it's established and there's a system of consistency. And that's how we came up with 3. It's usually the model most data folks use. But you ask a really good question because we had to draw the line. And there was one school that was so close, but I've asked that principal, missed it by 1 point way back when, to provide me with a long schedule and chronological order of why that had happened, because she had talked to me about it. She was very good in saying, no, I'm okay, we're going to get it next year, so don't worry about it. But I implored her to go ahead and push on that hard because it's one of the schools I love stopping by all the time. But you asked the better question of how do you move in there? One of the parts of this, which is unique to Fort Worth ISD and any of the districts we're talking about, is we want the ability to have a process and a system that doesn't require me to be in charge, him to be in charge, or it's the system and the culture. And it's driving itself to be so strong that the processes are so strong. But so many schools are so close. So what we are going to do over this next few months is develop a committee with principals, some that are close, some that are in it, and some other key district members, and talk about what is legitimately a reason for them to be considered a pattern, not just a trend or just an incident. And I think we'll get there because our ultimate goal is to have every school on that list. That is our ultimate goal, and how do you get there? We want to really support our schools. We need schools to see a goal. We need to see a high ceiling, a very high ceiling. But if you look at even their growth, you look at the students in those categories, they're not growth. They're all about achievement, and they've moved some of the lower growth students into achievement. And I'll let you explain a little bit more about that, but that's our key goal. We are not a growth district. We love it. we get awarded for it. But again, if you have a sixth grader who's reading on a third grade level and they go a year or a little bit more than a year in advancing, we get points for that. But you still have a sixth grader reading on a fourth grade level, and that's not acceptable. We want a sixth grader reading on a sixth grade level. So go ahead and explain a little bit more.
Yes, sir. Just a little bit of expansion there on the really, without getting into an accountability conversation, looking at 3-year trends of not just overall A, but domain 1A, the student achievement domain, which is what we're really focused on for sustained high quality achievement levels for kids. That is really what we're looking at. So what schools have not only achieved A-rated status overall, but their domain 1, their student achievement domain, has also been consistent for 3 years to avoid a wild swing downward. And I'll give you an example. Preliminarily, we have 3 schools that are, or 2 schools that are projected to be overall A's, domain 1 C's. We wouldn't want to consider that just because they have an overall A, sustained excellence, because student achievement is still 30 points below 100%. And so we're really trying to be strategic on when we give that exemplar designation to a school. We are really looking at, are the supermajority of the students in this school, regardless of the overall rating, actually achieving at the levels that they should? Are they actually meeting that grade level expectation? And we have a decent number of schools that are in that domain 1A status. And to your point, I'm sure we'll be joining that exemplar bucket over the next year or two. And the goal ultimately is that 3, 4, 5 years from now, there are several, there's at least half of the exemplary bucket, or the schools in the exemplary bucket. But at this point, we just don't have a high number of schools that have done both, overall A, domain 1 student achievement A, over a period of time for us to feel confident in giving them that full autonomy.
Do we have a list of those schools that are on the cusp? I'm assuming, do we have any that are like a year away, or how far away are they from achieving that?
We will go ahead and provide you where they land and where they set, because I think that's important to see that some are really close. Some may feel that they're close, but they haven't even achieved an A yet. And that's a tough one. But we want to make sure we have a definitive line. I want to also, you notice most of those schools are choice schools. And as I said last month, we are expanding that as much as we can, and not any other entity. We don't want another entity in this district doing what we should be doing best. And we're going to expand that choice program because we know, regardless of where that student is coming from, they are excelling and achieving at a higher level because they're in a place they absolutely love and get to do the things they love potentially for the future. So that's part of this whole process.
Dr. Solis, I'm just wondering, looking at your list, do you all have a timeline when you expect to see, I know you'd like to see us in 5 years with all these folks in the exemplar, but a timeline for our students to no longer be in Elevate and to be in Emerge, and for Emerge to be moving into exemplar. What is your timeline to achieve these goals?
Dr. Solis?
Yes, so the metric we're setting through this framework is 3 consecutive years at a B or above to be able to move from Elevate to Emerge. And so again, the number is 3 that superintendent feels most confident in, feeling like, okay, if you can do this not just for a year or 2 years, but you're securing that 3rd year and you're demonstrating that you're closing your student achievement gaps and your student achievement is growing along with your overall accountability rating, we feel confident that you may no longer need that Elevate level of support, that you can move into Emerge. And so 3 years is the marker that we have designated as a transition. But again, not every Elevate school in this new in the 24, as we come out with the official accountability ratings later this month, Not all of those schools will be DRFs. You will see some of those schools have bumped into a C or a B. That is the projection. The goal is that that's not just done out of growth, that over time that student achievement lever is moving as well. So it's sustained at a B or an A, and not an A this year falling back down to a C next year, and then now you're trying to get back up to a B or an A, as we've seen in several of our campuses over time.
I want to add on to that. It's been my experience to see so many schools throw in a ton of support. I had a D high school that I threw in a ton of support, and I watched them drop from where they went up to an A, and then next year when I pulled some of the support, they dropped down to a B immediately because we just let them out there too soon. We just let them go. We want to see them sustain that success, and it's not fair to them to rely on those services and support mechanisms that got them there to just pull the training wheels off. Because that's not fair to the kids as well, because they were relying on those. We need to get those systems in place to make sure that that campus is operating that. So I'm not a believer in yanking support systems and extra bodies, human beings, teachers, to be there to help support those students.
I have a question. Will we be able to get a copy of this report, or will it be posted online? Or not report, framework?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Yes to both.
Okay,
Yes.
okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir, very much. As we have indicated, although we don't have significant proof of everything, it's sort of estimated, and there are some data spots that are estimated that we have done. Most of the districts are able to do this, but we haven't received a full official word from the state on all that. But as we have promised, every so many months, if not every month, we will go ahead and produce a quick data presentation. I'm asking that Mr. Choudhury does a really quick job of this, and he will provide more extensive data. Remember, we're waiting for another week or two before we get the state data, and then we'll do an extensive report on where we stand, where we're moving, where we're falling again, and how we're going about. So I said 5, you got 2. If we could move to the STAR presentation. It's the one you wanted, correct, sir? That one?
That is up. I know it's a massive document, so I'm not going to go through all of it today, but it is something that we shared as part of after the first listening sessions that the board conducted. We decided to put this together. And, as more files came in from the state, we made the updates to it. And so we're going to continue doing that. Just so you know, this Friday is when the state releases the accountability ratings. So that's when we will get a good sense of where our overall rating as a district and campuses are. But just a couple of things here I want to highlight. So let's look at, Lisa, I'm going to have you jump from a few pages. Obviously, the page number is in the bottom right. So as you look at grades 3 through 8, I think one of the things that you see is broad gains, right, in multiple areas, especially math. In math, we showed gains in every performance level. I think that's a major highlight for us, as you can see. Several grades, like grade 8, made significant jumps in math, and there's just a lot of potential there. I think that's the big takeaway that I would share there. The other standout, if Lisa, can you go to page 7? There you go. So these are student group breakdown. So as you can see, African American students grade 8 increased +9. Hispanic students grade 8 math +9. Emergent bilingual grade 4 math +12. Economically disadvantaged students grade 8 math +10. Again, I call this potential, right? The potential to do a lot of great things with all of our student groups. Now, we do also have uneven performance in some areas, right? We lost some ground in 3rd grade reading, for example, with our African American students at the meets level. We have a lot of work still to do just overall in middle school. Middle school is no one has shown yet in the state at scale how to do middle schools really well. And that is something I know Dr. Solis and I talk about, just keeps us up in being able to really show that middle schools can perform at scale consistently really well. Let's go ahead and move to page 5. I want to talk about EOCs, our end of course, our high school results. So this one you can see overlaid just because there's less tests. You have the comparison to the state. Again, some major highlights: algebra +10, right? Near double-digit gains almost in biology and algebra. That's where we saw the strongest gains. We also moved in all tested areas, but not at the level that we should be seeing. But again, a lot of promise, a lot of potential there. And as you can see, also where the state was as well. The state had a moment with algebra, I would say. We want to see +5 and above gains. We want to see +10 consistently across our grades. Some takeaways here, if you go all the way to page 21, please. So the thing that I want to highlight here, if you look at our African American student population, +14 meets in both algebra and biology, and +10 in English 1. Significant jumps, again, with a student population that, we must do much better at a faster pace and at scale. So when you see the +10, +14, +10, like this just shows the potential we have, right? Students who, by the way, have been in our system for a long time, right? And as you see at the high school level, and these tests are very complex, right? If you've never taken the 8th grade social studies test, I describe that as one of the hardest tests in Texas because you have to memorize quite a bit of information. That there's a lot of work involved in terms of how to move the needle for our students, but our student groups are showing they can move the needle, and we have a lot of potential in what we can do. I want to highlight a few other things. Can we go to page 19? I want to talk about special education. There you go. So as you can see, no one is yet where they need to be with special education. The state's not. I have not yet seen ISD surpass and enter the 30s, the 40s, the 50s. But what you can see here, when you look at just reading, right, we have gained a lot of ground where we have surpassed the state averages in several areas, and then remain the same. If you go to the next page, Lisa, page 20. And then on these grades, when you see math and social studies, right, we've surpassed the state in multiple areas, right? Again, not baselines or numbers that anyone should be saying we've accomplished great things, but we are moving, right? And I think that's a very important point here to be able to call out. All right, we can go all the way back up, and then I can take any questions, but the headline here is potential. It's when the superintendent arrived and I gave him this data, I said, there is a lot of potential. And there's a reason why I called out certain student groups, right? Emergent bilingual, our Black student population, our Hispanic population, our special education. You see +10, +12, +5. But you see grades that were +1, grades that went backwards. Uneven performance is unacceptable. But we have a lot of potential, and I think that is what is to come. And with that, I'll take any questions.
Thank you. I think it's very clear that we want to make sure that we show the evidence of what happened this year. It's not something that any of us are taking credit for, but real data is real data, and that's what we will present. However, as great as the gains as we made in some areas, we are still well below everybody and still tied for now the lowest performing urban district in the state. That's a long way to go, but it's a great start. We got to continue the momentum, but we recognize the increases, and I know that the previous superintendent, Dr. Molinar, who I speak with probably once, twice a week, started a lot of the initiatives that we are continuing from the state and from how we were going to move about. So this is going to be something you see a lot of. You're going to see so much data, you're going to get sick of it. I think Mr. Stegall, you're already sick of it. It's just a lot of numbers. It is, and we're trying to refine it, but we do have to accentuate some of our high points and some of our low points. Any questions?
Maybe less of a question and more of a comment. I think when I look at the special education data, it's disappointing. And I think when we see schools that are consistently B rated or A on the cusp, a lot of the time we're not realizing that population, I'm not sure how to say this. We have to serve every child.
I'll say it for you.
Every child.
I will say it for you. A lot of schools hide behind all their great students and forget that there's still low readers in there. There's still students with needs and special needs. We are addressing all of that across the board, especially with our Cowtown 12. That is, a lot of that has a lot of ESE embedded type instructional practices.
Yes.
Those are great practices. Why are we not doing them everywhere? So we are guilty of that. Most every district is, but that doesn't give you the reason to say, well, let's just keep doing it. And we're not going to do it that way. So we have incorporated a lot of ESE strategy, special ed strategies into those Cowtown 12 as well as in the classroom.
Okay. I haven't, requested anything in advance, but I think in future meetings, I would love to talk more about this. We've talked a lot about the Elevate model and the supports. And so if we could start to incorporate some of this type of support as well, that would be great.
This is a quick report because we said we would do it, but
Right.
preliminary, we will get the data, and I know there's a couple reporters out there that love data more than us. I'm staring at one of them as we speak, Jacob. But we are going to be more expansive on this because we are getting up to minute and daily updates on how students are doing in their DOLs, daily on the computer screens. So that to us is telling us what we need to do when we need to do it. So thank you for that, and hold us to it.
Dr. Licata, for the people in the audience that don't know the acronym DOL, would you talk about that? That's such a key part of the reform.
I'm going to extend a little bit of effort to Dr. Solis because he's got a broader interpretation of how it was incorporated into our classroom that I think is very important on why we do it in all classrooms, not just Exemplar, not just Elevate, but all classrooms.
Yeah, just at a very high level, DOL is, when we say DOL, we are talking about demonstration of learning. It is a 5-question, in most content areas, 5-question assessment that will capture whether or not the student has mastered the standard or the lesson for the day. It provides that immediate feedback for the teacher. So for an Elevate school, they have the lead block, so the second opportunity to teach. That teacher now knows exactly where they need to target based on the DOL data that they've captured for that lesson. So it's a daily demonstration of learning we're using and deploying across all schools. It's in our Emerge and in our Elevate schools.
About how much class time does that take?
We allot 10 minutes for the
10
DOL
minutes.
for each instructional block. So
Okay.
math, we allot 10 minutes, ELA, 10 minutes, so on and so forth.
Okay.
And Mr. Galindo.
I just have a question. On page 16, we're looking at emergent bilingual math results. And Dr. Licata, what I'm looking at is we started grade 3, and we're seeing increases until we get to grade 7. And I'm recalling a conversation we had with some Latino families this weekend about why that was so important to them. How do we address that issue?
Yeah, I think, we were together, and I thank the community for being there and giving me a hard time, but also giving me some amazingly good information about what they need, so much so that I need to go back to those. And just a side note, I do know that I'm going to go into some difficult situations, but I got to speak to some community members that don't come to our meetings. They visit that restaurant, and they spoke about exactly that, why the 7th grade is a problem, and who wants to take it? I mean, I can go on about 7th grade is a dead zone for so many students, especially in the math area. If you can do it in a minute.
Sure. It's a combination of, one, middle school students experience the most regression. If you follow a cohort of 6th graders and you follow them up to 8th grade, you will see too many kids experience regression. So that's a challenge, and there's a lot of things. I was a middle school teacher. The brain goes through another spurt, right? There's a lot of things going on. Two, the seventh grade, right, as what's happening over time in the state is a lot of kids are becoming accelerated testers with the seventh grade advance, which we made this major shift with. So with that shift, what you're seeing is the students, still not an acceptable performance, but you're seeing a lot of high-performing students as well as students moving away from taking that test. So the students who are left, again, not acceptable instruction, but that's what you're seeing. You're seeing it in the state data. You're seeing it everywhere else. You're not going to see a seventh grade test here next year, right? Because we've taken away seventh grade tests because we're doing the seventh grade advanced now. So, but those are the two reasons that I would point to ultimately why you see those dynamics. But again, with the overall middle school challenge.
So the short answer simply is the accelerated students don't take the seventh grade exam. So what you're left with is a pool of students that are struggling in seventh grade. And that's your control group that you have, and you have to, that's what you do. That's why it's a dead zone. Eventually we want to move, and the state's already thinking of it, and I want to get ahead of it, is move seventh grade into an advance and then eighth grade automatic algebra, because they should be taking algebra beforehand.
We're already there.
Yeah, well, we're moving there, but very few. We want more, and we want more, because that sets them up for where they want to go. Did you need to add something? I feel like I'm watching tennis.
Any other questions? All right, Dr. Licata, thank you for that excellent report, and Mr. Chowdhury and Dr. Solis. Our next agenda item is public comment for the consent agenda. We truly value all of you who take the time and come and share in these meetings with us, and particularly appreciate those who prepare and come and share insights on the work we're doing and your counsel and your advice. Before we begin public comment for the consent agenda, I'd like to go over some of the guidelines, because this is the first night that we have broken down public comment into three separate parts in an effort to connect the comments with the matters in front of the board for their voting. The first portion is for comments concerning items on the consent agenda. These comments will be heard before we vote on the consent agenda. Second portion is for comments concerning action items that we will vote on tonight. All speakers registered to address an action item will be heard before the board begins considering any action items. Public comment will not occur separately before each action item. It'll all be in the beginning. The third portion will occur after the board has concluded its consideration of all action items. During that portion, speakers may address any matter of a general subject, as well as matters having to do with operations or the school board policies. A speaker who is registered for only one portion of public comment will receive up to 3 minutes. A speaker who is registered for more than one portion will receive up to 2 minutes during each portion for which the speaker is registered. Registering to speak on more than one consent agenda item or more than one action item does not increase the speaker's allotted time for that portion of the meeting. To ensure everyone has a fair opportunity to speak, public comment is conducted in accordance with Fort Worth ISD board policy and the Texas Open Meetings Act, and must be managed in an orderly and consistent manner. Speakers must sign up in advance through our predetermined process, will be called in order, and will have up to 3 minutes to speak, unless, as I've noted earlier, they've signed up to speak more than once. At regular meetings, speakers may address any topic, and that is what we're hosting tonight. The board listens to all public comments, but does not engage in discussion during this portion of the meeting. When appropriate, responses are limited to factual information or existing policy. We ask that speakers be mindful of student privacy and refrain from identifying students by name, as student information is protected by law. However, a parent or guardian may identify his or her own child if they choose. Speakers are also encouraged to avoid naming individual employees or volunteers, and instead address concerns at the campus program or district level. We also ask that concerns about individual employees, students, or other confidential matters be directed through the appropriate district processes rather than during public comment. Please respect the procedures in place as well as other speakers and audience members, and conclude your remarks promptly when your time has expired. Just ask that everyone who speaks treat everybody in this room with dignity and respect, and all of us listen and accord the speakers and everybody else in the room that same dignity and respect each of us would expect for ourselves and for our loved ones. Thank you for your engagement, for being a part of this process. We have 2 speakers that are signed up for a public comment for consent. The first is Ambika Sharma.
Hello. I want to speak on the business topics. What is it? Business and finance. So first one is number C, or letter C in here. It's asking, you're designating Rick Barnes as the person who would, or the entity designated officer to calculate the no new revenue tax rate. I would like guidance as to why Mr. Barnes. The Fort Worth City Council also has a similar agenda item, and they're choosing people from their own financial department. So I'm curious as to why Mr. Barnes for that role. Second, now I'm going to move to your quarterly and your annual investment reports. What I noticed, by the way, whoever your CFO is, it would be really nice to have like a one-page executive summary, so I'm not like tilting my head to try to read these. But I've noticed that last year, so the financial year that ended in June 2025, you had about $1.1 billion in your investments, and then fast forward to the end of this year, June 30th, 2026, we have about $812 million. So that is a decline of 265, give or take, $265 million. So I wanted to understand why, where did the funds go? So some guidance around that would be helpful. It was missing in your PDF. Then I'm very happy that we're making interest income, but I would like to understand how much are we paying in management fees or expense ratios, and your investment reports don't mention anything about expense ratios. So I had to go look up. So I looked at the different investment pools, and I went to that investment pool's statements to try to find what are the cost basis ratios. And so I'll just read it. For Logic, we're charged 9.75 basis points. Textar is 12 basis. Tex term is 15 bips. Texas class, 9 bips. Tex pool, about 4.75 bips. So if my multiplication is correct, I think we're spending about $430 million for these pools, and this is nothing but like cash securities. So why are we paying $430 million?
Thank you, Ms. Sharma. Next speaker is Alexander Montalvo. Your time will now begin.
Okay, there's a couple of things I want to talk about on the consent agenda items and with the expenses around technology. There's a little bit over $1 million being spent in this consent agenda. And one thing that we keep hearing from educators in the classroom and folks within the district is how much money is wasted on technology. And from my perspective as a parent in this district, and as community members that we've heard from throughout the district, there's not a comprehensive breakdown of seeing where the needs are in terms of technology by campus and why these expenditures are being put on. And right now, where we've given Peter so much free rein to spend money, and we're doing all of these changes, one of the biggest concerns as somebody who used to work as an IT consultant for 12 years is how much money is wasted on technology when it's not needed, and how much redundancies get spent, and how much technology is not utilized. So the demand that I have, and so many of your employees have, and so many of the parents and community members have, is we need full transparency around technology that's being used within this district, what campuses have which technology, what expenditures are going to which campuses, and where are there gaps and where is there redundancies within those technology expenditures and budgets. The last thing we can afford while we have a shortfall of $50 million is wasted expenditures and lack of utilization around technology, especially when so much is experimental right now. So we would like a comprehensive breakdown of that expenditure around technology by the campus level, what the needs are, and where some of the solutions are being put, because that examination needs to be thorough by the community.
Thank you, Mr. Montalvo. That concludes our hearing for speakers on consent agenda items. As board president, I'm making the following statement in accordance with board policy BBFA local. This is a reminder to all board members of the legal conflict of interest requirements and disclosure requirements you may have for matters under consideration on the agenda for the meeting. If required by law, board members shall recuse themselves from all discussion and shall abstain from voting on any matter pertaining to such a disclosure. Board members, we have been provided an opportunity prior to tonight's meeting to submit questions and receive responses concerning the consent agenda and action agenda items. Are there any questions or comments at this time specific to consent agenda items?
I'll say that I think the concerns expressed in terms of more detailed reporting are well-founded and going forward. I think we always need to keep working toward providing more information to the public. We've made strides. We have a long ways to go there, and I want us to keep putting more information out so that everything's on the table.
Thank you, Mr. Walker. Any other questions or comments on the consent agenda items? Is there a motion to accept the consent agenda?
So moved by Rosa.
A motion by Ms. Verdeja. Do we have a second?
I'll second that.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, the motion, we now move to voting. All in favor, vote yes. All opposed, vote no. We show 7 members voting yes, and Ms. Verdeja, would we record your vote orally?
Thank you.
Ms. Verdeja voted yes. Okay, we have 8 members voting yes, 0 no's. The motion passes. Now we move to our public comment for our action items. We have 23 community members who have signed up to speak on the action agenda items.
Page 10, you skipped a page. That's the general comments.
Oh, beg your pardon. Referred to the wrong list. Yeah. Pages are sticking together. We have 10 people who've signed up to speak for the action items. Our first speaker is Ambika Sharma.
Just quickly to explain, I'm a very routines-based person, and the first 2 weeks of school are very important. I am going to tell my children to go to bed and put them to bed. So I will be back, and I will listen to all the comments after the fact.
Okay, I want to speak on letter H under your action agenda, which is reporting teachers to TEA for contract abandonment. I'm not an attorney. I think on this board there are 5 or 6 trained attorneys, so you perhaps know better. But I have a problem with the fact that you're asserting your right to report teachers who quit 45 days before the beginning of the school year. And I have a problem with that because so much has been changed. For example, you have a new employee handbook, and I spoke to some of the teachers even as they were coming in. Not all of them have a copy of it. And there are a lot of concerning items even in that employee handbook. So if I were an employee of the 4th ISD and you are now subjugating me to regulations, or rather policies that I'm not agreeing to, and then if I were to quit as a result to demonstrate my, my right here, you are going to report me to TEA. So I just think after the fact, you cannot come and say, like, we're going to report you. Perhaps you can do this next year. You can say, moving forward, this is the case, but too close to the school year, and then you also have a brand new employee handbook where there are many concerning items. I'm not in favor of 8, reporting teachers to TEA for contract abandonment. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sharma. Our next speaker is Mindy Whittier.
Presumably, you received legal advice about the action item to report certified staff to TEA for contract abandonment. That is not the same thing as deliberation. Before you vote, publicly affirm that you have individually reviewed the circumstances of each educator you're being asked to report to TEA. If you have, tell the public what information you considered in making those individual determinations. If you have not, table this item until you do. Do your homework before you exercise this authority. Board members have a responsibility to determine whether the district has established that these educators resigned without good cause. Dr. Licata has fostered a narrative that district stakeholders are just resistant to change. But change is not the problem. Poorly implemented change is. Teachers have described last-minute changes, inadequate communication, and significant disorganization. Perhaps employees are leaving because the implementation of changes has created a working environment they no longer believe they can navigate successfully. So make sure you are not simply ratifying an administrative recommendation. Individually, review each resignation and hold the district accountable to demonstrate it has made the required finding that good cause did not exist in each case. If you have not done that, then you cannot vote on this agenda item tonight in good faith or in good conscience. Exercise your role responsibly. Do not allow this process to be reduced to a missed deadline equals reporting to TEA. I'm going to be honest, this agenda item feels like a scare tactic to make an example of those teachers who resigned so you won't keep hemorrhaging more resignations. Great leaders don't have to rule by fear.
Our next speaker is Nelsie Cardenas.
Okay, what she said. And then do not make the same mistake as you did in April, ignoring all the warnings and data we provided, telling you that your decisions to fire people like speech assistants were very bad decisions and would have irreparable consequences. Do not report the teachers and school staff who have left the district after June 29th, which is about 45 days, to TEA. Instead, take responsibility for all the changes that you have made that have created such a terrible working environment for teachers that they would quit. I want to mention a few. You approved a second calendar on April 28th that many teachers had not seen. When you Google the Fort Worth ISD traditional calendar, the elected board version approved in December still comes up. When did you tell teachers directly about the change? After June 29th? What do you expect teachers to do? Complete required end-of-year work without pay? Because in case you haven't noticed, the calendar doesn't have an end-of-year work day for teachers. They end the same day as students. Requiring employees to work without compensation is exploitation and completely unacceptable. The Employee Handbook 2026-2027 was revised this month. And in it, under the teacher's length of workday, you gave the principals the responsibility to dictate the start time and end time. However, we know you are the ones telling principals what to dictate as start and end times. Some teachers are now required to work over 8 hours a day, and some had to work weekends. Rumor is you told the principals they had to too. These are not fair work schedules. In case you forgot, school staff have families and lives outside of work. Employee handbook from last year had 10 minutes before students started and 5 minutes after the bell rang for the end time. Do the right thing. Do not report the teachers.
Thank you, Ms. Cardenas. Our next speaker is Stephen Poole. Welcome, Mr. Poole.
Good evening, Mr. Guerin, members of the board, and Dr. Licata. I'm Stephen Poole with UEA, and I'm here also to talk about item 12H, the reporting of certified teachers to the state board for contract abandonment. It's important to talk publicly about the timelines teachers and certified employees face when they choose to resign. They have 45 calendar days from the first day of instruction, and in Fort Worth, that was June 26th. The takeover with new leadership occurred in April. The end of school was about May 26th, so they had about a month to decide to resign penalty-free. After that, the state gives them an additional 15 calendar days before they are possibly sanctioned, their certificates held for one full calendar year. That was July 11th. Teachers reported back July 30th. And the administration is not shy, and it is true. A lot of changes have happened very quickly in this district. And they also say teachers deserve clarity. Well, a lot of those teachers received that clarity on July 30th when they reported back. A lot of the new procedures, a lot of new changes, a lot of new expectations were shared with teachers. That was well beyond the date for resigning penalty-free. The state has a lot of reasons that the state board in state statute requires them to consider good cause for abandonment of contract. Medical concerns for themselves and the family, their spouse's job taking them out of the area. But that state statute doesn't bind you to only those good causes. You have leeway to determine what is good cause in this district. So I ask you tonight, when you take consideration of this item, take into consideration this extraordinary circumstances we are in right now. A lot of these teachers and certified employees have determined Fort Worth is not the place for them, and they stepped forward with honesty in the moment. They recognize that in themselves. So they've asked to be released from their contract. Please take that into consideration. All of the changes, the timelines they face, and that they step forward right now with honesty. It's a cliche. We always say everyone will find their spot on the bus. That's what these employees have done. So allowing them to resign penalty-free is the humane thing to do for a lot of these employees. Otherwise, they're going to have to defend themselves with the state board and may not be able to use their certificate for one full calendar year, not for a school year, but one full calendar year from the date that the state determines that they have to have their certificate suspended. It is a long-lasting implication. I just ask that you take into the special considerations and extenuating circumstances that they have faced this year. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Poole. Our next speaker is Zach Leonard.
Good evening. My name is Zach Leonard, and I'm president of FORT, Families Organized Responding to Takeover. And happy first week of school to all the teachers and students that are excited to get back to learning. I want to talk about this item of teacher abandonment as a workforce problem, not just a legal one. Fort Worth ISD is in a period where retaining experienced, certified teachers should be one of the district's top priorities, and how we handle this item, how you handle this item, says a lot about whether we're serious about that fact. Teachers are the heart of our district, and they're key to this turnaround. They need to feel heard, seen, valued, and respected. To be clear, I'm not asking the board to give every single late resignation a pass. Teachers understand contract deadlines. However, I do agree with some of the previous speakers that many conditions have changed over the last 45 days. I would ask to repeat what Mindy has said. There are individual circumstances, and this should not be a blanket vote. think that you should look at individual situations and see what makes sense. If someone quit yesterday to go work in Mansfield, I think that's a different situation that someone has a legitimate concern. But even when the district has grounds to refer someone to referral, that doesn't fix the underlying problem. Too many experienced teachers are choosing to leave, and I don't believe the district has done enough to find out exactly why. I'd ask the board to commit to real engagement with teachers and staff, not just a satisfaction survey that gets filed away, but an actual process for surfacing what teachers' concerns are and what their own recommendations are for improving student outcomes within the parameters the district is operating under. The people best positioned to tell us what's driving departures and what would fix it are the teachers themselves. If the district wants fewer surprise resignations next year, that starts with listening to the ones still here now before they decide to leave. The district is micromanaging little things and missing the point. Our kids still need to learn to read. Real growth happens with systemic change, but it's hindered with overzealous leadership and too many people giving mixed signals on our campuses. That connects to the other problem that I feel is very important here that we've heard in the news a lot. Certified teachers who leave often get replaced by someone who is still working towards a certification. I'd ask the board to pair tonight's discussion with a real plan and timeline for moving currently uncertified teachers through certification, alternative certification partnerships, tuition support, and mentoring from veteran staff, so the district isn't losing experienced teachers on one end while struggling to certify new ones on the other. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Leonard. Our next speaker is Gordon Appleman. Welcome, Mr. Appleman.
I'm speaking to the real estate issue, and my question is, first, when if you adopt that tonight, when is it effective? I saw no effective date, and the important question for me is, does it apply to Farrington Field? Because it appears to me, as far as I know from the facts that are not fully disclosed, that some of those requirements would not have been satisfied as to Farrington Field. If a matter is determined to be not significant, there's references in there to applicable policies and procedures, and I suppose somebody knows where to look for them, but I don't. So it would be nice if those were, some citation was given to where those could be found. I note under due diligence that there is no, in the prior draft that was put out, there was some provision for posting those publicly, and I don't find that in here. Under the environmental assessment, it says that at least a phase 1 environmental site assessment unless otherwise approved by the superintendent. And why this is the only place where I find that the superintendent has the sole authority to make that determination, and I was just curious as to why you singled that one out. Over under governmental planning and economic development, it talks about before marketing. Is and what I don't know is an RFP marketing. I note that there were omitted a number of items that were either mentioned or questioned before about opportunities to, about what needs to be done. And for example, historic corridors are not mentioned, which would be applied to Farrington Field. There is a provision in here that says the administration may require a requester initiating a transaction to reimburse the district. Why is that not mandatory? Why, under what circumstances would they not be required to do that? Then there's the discussion about a summary of the evaluation process and recommendation if a competitive solicitation was not conducted. Under what circumstances would there be a sale of real estate without a competitive solicitation. Perhaps other rules apply to that, but I didn't find it in here. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Appleman. Our next speaker is Charles Bills. Welcome, Mr. Bills.
Hi. I also wanted to speak about the sale of real estate. One thing is, okay, about the sale of real estate. There's a lot of suspicion about this, an unelected board doing business with no transparency. We need to make sure that you're completely transparent. Want to make sure that the sale is public, that there's no private dealing, and it's especially important because you can't be fired. If it turns out somebody is selling something, giving someone a sweetheart deal because you own the business or something. So, any sales need to be truly public.
Thank you, Mr. Bills. Next speaker is Stephen Lawrence. Welcome, Mr. Lawrence.
Thank you. My name is Stephen Lawrence. I'm a lawyer in Fort Worth. It's my first time speaking at the school board, and I appreciate you having this public comment period in contrast to some of the other boards in this county. I am in favor of the change that you propose to make to the disposition of property. However, I would ask you to amend it, the proposal, to not allow this board to dispose of any significant real estate property. No matter how good people you are or how good your heart is, you guys here are on threadbare legitimacy in the terms of representative government. Mm-hmm. You answer to one man, and that man cannot be removed by the people. You can't be removed by the people. He can only be removed by 2/3 of the Senate upon motion from the governor. So across the county, we have a county judge who violates the First Amendment every time he holds a meeting. We have a city council who got caught unaware on data centers and is antagonizing the community with their lack of transparency. I think it is incumbent upon this body to be above reproach and not conduct any significant real estate transactions until we have an elected board back here. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lawrence. Our last speaker is Alexander Montalvo. I'm sorry, I couldn't.
It says her name before.
So I'm here to add my voice to the just utter hypocrisy from this leadership to have this as an agenda item after the amount of intentional frustration and change for the, I'm going to put in quotes, better, that Peter and Pete have both been saying is required. And then expecting people's profession and livelihood just to be accepted of all the things that you're doing, from the intimidation, from their own local campus leadership. 34 principals have left, I think, the last time I saw the number. How many educators do you think are going to want to stay in a space where the leader, many of them, the leaders that they were looking towards on their campus, had decided to depart? And then you are willing to bring uncertified teachers in their stead when publicly you say, I guarantee no uncertified teachers on day one, and we have the most that we've had in a long time. Oh, I can pull the quote for you, Peter. We'll put it online because I know you like to watch our stuff online, so you can see that since you're confused right now. The amount of disrespect we've heard that teachers have had to undergo, the amount of frustration and anxiety and pressure that they have felt To now have this agenda item is just another slap in the face that y'all continue to provide to our community members, the ones teaching our kids. And once again, over 1,000 teachers. These are not teachers that are the ones that needed to retire exclusively or that were struggling. These are some of the best that have left. So for you to sit here uncertified as a superintendent is disrespectful, and this should be taken away.
Thank you, Mr. Montalvo. The next item on the agenda is approve revisions to Board Policy BBFA Local Ethics Conflict of Interest Disclosures. Is there a motion concerning this agenda item?
President Karen, before any motion is taken, I just want to make a comment that the version that the board will be voting on has one paragraph removed, and that was a redundant paragraph. There was a duplicate paragraph, and so we removed that from the posted version.
Thank you, Ms. Rincon. It is on page 93 of 197, and there were 4 lines repeated, and that'll be deleted before included in the motion. Okay, do we have a motion to approve?
I'd like to make a motion to approve revisions to Board Policy BBFA Local Ethics Conflict of Interest Disclosures.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Have a second. Any discussion?
President Guerin, I think it is pretty straightforward, but would you please just walk us through this new policy and highlight the areas that are being changed?
Thank you, Mr. Galindo. I'd welcome the opportunity to do that. And if those who saw the policy on the agenda as posted, you saw the red letters, which was those were the changes from in the original draft that we posted for first reading last month. The blue lines are all ones that have been added since then and will be part of the proposal that we will consider tonight. I'll hit the highlights. In this board policy, we now identify conflict of interest as any circumstance where a board member's personal interests may benefit from official actions. That's a much lower burden of proof to identify a conflict of interest on the part of a board member. The legal standard for this policy is may benefit. And the reason behind this is it's the second red paragraph. The implication from the appearance of a conflict of interest is just as important as the implication of a real conflict. Such circumstances can cast doubt on the board member's ability to act with total objectivity with regard to the board's interest. And it's in the details of this proposal, but under the old policy, there was an element of discretion that went into determining whether the conflict existed. And this takes that away and addresses the appearance of a conflict as well as an actual conflict. We've added a duty of loyalty as the principle of decision-making conducted by putting the district's interests ahead of any other interests, and a code of silence, and I'll talk about that later, where the code of silence will be practiced. But a code of silence shall mean a prohibition on any communications regarding any solicitation, bid, or other competitive solicitation, except for certain permitted communications which are identified in the changes. On page 2, we go into detail on what a conflict of interest is. That's a level of detail that makes it very clear to every board member and those in the audience when a conflict of interest is present. On page 92 of 197, this is a major change in board policy. Currently, we have a list of prohibited actions, prohibited gifts. A person commits an offense if the person intentionally or knowingly offers, confers, or agrees to confer on another, or solicits, accepts, or agrees to accept from another any benefit. And that's BBFB, legal, prohibited practices. But it has an exception. The exception is it's not prohibited if the gifts are food, lodging, transportation, entertainment, accepted as a guest. I've spent a lot of time in public life, and food, lodging, transportation, or entertainment accepted as a guest. That's the stock in trade of lobbyists. It's not always the case that that's abuse, but there's potential for abuse there. And you will see at the bottom of page 92 of 197, except as provided herein, board members are prohibited from accepting anything of value or benefit, including but not limited to entertainment, sports tickets, travel, food, and lodging from any entity the board member knows or has reason to know has or is interested or likely to become interested in a matter that will come before the board. That's a substantive change in what we are asking of all of our board members. Campaign contributions. Board members shall not accept a campaign contribution from any vendor currently under contract with the district, any vendor entering into, negotiating, or seeking the award of a contract with the district, or any vendor the district is considering for a contract, including any principal, owner, officer, employee, or partner of a vendor. And a board member shall not accept campaign further, an entity that is financially interested in the outcome of a contract or the outcome of a competitive bidding or purchase process may not make a campaign contribution or loan to a board member any time during the code of silence period. A board member may accept a campaign contribution from an unaffiliated PAC, provided that the contribution does not exceed $250. And now on page 94 of 197, the district shall implement a code of silence to enforce its commitment to ethical contracting standards and improve the accountability and public confidence. Beginning on the date a competitive solicitation is publicly released and continuing until the board takes action on the proposed award, a respondent, prospective respondent, or representative of a respondent shall not communicate with a board member or district employee regarding the solicitation, the evaluation or selecting process, or a proposal submitted in response to the solicitation, except as expressly authorized, and there are some exceptions listed. It is in bottom of page 94, it's important to avoid both the appearance of conflicts of interest and actual conflicts of interest. In addition to disclosure, a board member shall refrain from participating in, and not be present during any discussion of a contract, proposed contract, or transaction in which the board member has a substantial interest in a business entity or a real property, a conflict of interest including a conflict related to the duty of loyalty, or that would provide a monetary benefit to any entity in which the board member has an interest, and that board member shall abstain from voting or otherwise participating in any decision involving that business entity, property, or conflict. That's a summary of the major changes that you'll be considering tonight when you vote. And these changes came from a study of other conflict of interest and board ethics policies around the state. And this will set us at the very high end of ethical standards of any school board in the state of Texas. And glad to answer any questions that anybody might have. Any further discussion? All in favor, please vote aye. Yes? Any opposed, vote no. Ms. Verdeja, would you vote by voice?
I vote in favor.
Okay, we have 7 on the board a vote by voice by Ms. Verdeja. We have 8 yeses and no nos. The motion is approved. Okay. Our next item on the agenda is revisions to board policy BBFA local. CDB local, other revenues, sale, lease, or exchange of school-owned property. Is there a motion concerning this item?
No, I'll move to approve approve revisions to board policy CBD local, other revenue, sale, or lease, or exchange of school-owned property.
Do we have a second?
I'll second that.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion?
Yes. Committee, first, thank you for your hard work. Obviously, we need to make sure we're very good stewards in any real estate transactions. That point was made, and it's well taken. A question was raised about the effective date and applicability. I'm just curious. I think typically, if we vote on this tonight, it would become effective tonight. But is there anything in here that discusses whether the policy would be applicable to any significant real estate transactions that may be pending?
There's nothing specific to any specific real estate transaction. I think it would be effective tonight, and I'd leave it to legal counsel to let us know how that might impact.
It's my understanding it will govern all decisions made by the board going forward. It will be the policy that will govern board action going forward. Is that correct, Ms. Rincon?
That is typically when a policy is revised, it is effective as of the board action date. If the board intends anything other, that motion would need to be clear. Otherwise, it would be effective for any other transaction that has not yet reached the board, so to speak.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Rincon. Any other discussion, questions of?
I think it's important to inform the public there are, I believe, 2 transactions taking place currently that were RFP'd. And that would be implications to those 2. And one of those RFPs, I don't believe we would be able to extend that anyway. So if we have to go back to it, I don't believe we'll have anybody included on it. Ms. Spencer, do you want to expound on that so the public knows there's 2 out there?
There are 2 RFPs that we have now received proposals for. That is the property surrounding Farrington Field and the sale of Charles Nash Elementary. Those have closed. We have those in hand and are prepared to move forward with all action steps required in fulfilling the prerequisites or the requisites that are included in this policy before anything comes forth to the Board of Managers.
Thank you. I don't know if everyone could hear that, but the board will operate under this policy when those are brought to the board for its approval. Because this will be the governing policy at that time. Any other questions?
No, I just wanted to make a comment. So thanks for the comments, and I know it's a thick document. Thanks for those who read it. But in addition to being effective immediately, I think this board takes to heart the comments made about significant real estate transactions, and we will take our responsibility very seriously because we know those are decisions that can't be undone. And that was the real purpose of putting this policy in place, is to make sure there was sufficient community input, that there were no places for self-dealing, which is also, of course, reinforced by the ethics policy. And that all the alternatives were looked at that would be beneficial for the district and the students of the district. So we take that very, very seriously and appreciate the time that you all have looked into it. There was a question about what happens to the others, and so this policy just addressed. So the first thing that happens in this policy is to decide whether or not it's a significant real estate transaction, and the significant real estate transaction those that are identified as such are, or those that will be subject to these. We did not address the non-significant real estate transactions. Those would go under the current, those would be handled how they have been handled for a long time in this, and we may want to address that going forward, but we did not. That was not the charge of this subcommittee.
Mr. Prelo, could you hit some of the highlights in, but it's a lengthy policy, and if you would share more insights in it. The board has been involved in this discussion. We've had considerable input from the public, and we appreciate that, both in oral comments and written input. And I want to commend you and your committee for the work that you did, you and Ms. Lewis and Mr. Galindo. But could you provide a little more detail in what you're going to see in board consideration of significant real estate sales in the future?
Sure, and I don't have it in front of me, so I'll go from memory here. So there are two parts of it, of this committee. One, the first was to define what a significant real estate transaction would be, and so there are two bars that we set. And either if a property has a appraised value of over $5 million, or it's got some historical significance, and there's a whole bunch of definitions on that. I understand the definitions probably are not perfect, but if it either is worth $4 and $5 million, or it could be worth less than $5 million, but has historical or community significance, that would kick it into the significant real estate bucket. And so we prescribed, asked the administration if it's significant if it is identified that the proposed transaction would be a significant real estate transaction, that they go through steps. First is a due diligence, understanding the appraisal, the value of the business. I believe that's the part where the environmental is as well. Second, there's a statutory requirement that the space is offered to it's not really an offer because it doesn't have to be taken, but discussed with charter schools. That's a state law that needs to get done, as well as some other. There's a requirement to discuss with the city council and with the city for TERS or other development zones to whether it might fit into those. There's a requirement for notification of the community and to have community discussions for input. There's a requirement when it goes out to marketing that it is a clean process, and all Q&A regarding that going through a process similar to what's done, what has been done today with Farrington. Might be missing something, but so the board will then look at those reports all the way through to make the decision whether to move forward with the transaction after the responses to the RFP are brought in and evaluated, and really just with the overarching look at whether that transaction is in the best interest of the district and the district students, and how we can continue to, how that might support driving future student outcomes.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay. No further discussion. We'll now move to voting. All in favor, vote yes. Ms. Verdeja, voice vote?
I vote in favor.
We have 8 yes votes, no votes. The motion passes. I want to again thank the committee. Put in a lot of work, a lot of research to come to that policy change. Our next item is approve appointments to the Board Audit Committee. Is there a motion concerning this item?
Yes, I move to nominate Frost Prelo, Bobby Adier, Jay Stegall to the 2026-2027 Board Audit Committee. Additionally, I move to nominate Lori George as an alternate to the 2026-2027 Board Audit Committee.
Do we have a second?
I second.
I have a second by Ms. Verdeja. Any discussion?
Just a question. Do the nominees need to abstain from this vote? Yeah.
You can't vote no.
And can I, yeah, that's my next question.
I don't think this would be considered a conflict of interest. We appreciate your willingness to serve in this capacity because it's a very important role. Audit committee is one of the most important roles in any governmental organization or any organization. Mr. Pounds or Ms. Rincon, would you recommend that they abstain?
That is not necessary.
That's not necessary, okay. If they're going to vote no, we're going to ask them to abstain, but, okay. All in favor, vote aye. Any opposed? Oh, pardon me, Ms. Verdeja, do you vote by voice vote?
I vote in favor.
Okay, we got 8 yeses and 0 noes. I thank the 3 and the 4th alternate for agreeing to serve on the audit committee.
Who's telling Board Member Audier that he's now on a committee?
Shouldn't have missed a meeting. So, okay, the next item is approve an agreement for the purchase of attendance credit and delegate contractual authority to the superintendent. Is there a motion concerning this item?
I'll move to approve the agreement for the purchase of attendance credits and delegate contractual authority to the superintendent.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
A second.
A motion and a second. Is there any discussion?
Is it possible, Dr. Moss, to get a little bit of detail for the public as to what this is, particularly that we're voting on?
Mrs. Moss, please.
Thank you.
Sure. Good evening, Mr. Guerin, Board of Managers. I'm sorry, can you hear me? Okay, sure. The district received official notification from the Texas Education Agency of its local revenue in excess of entitlement, are often referred to as our recapture for the school year of 26-27. We received that letter on July 15th. Fort Worth ISD has been identified as a recapture or Chapter 49 district since the 23-24 school year, and we're required to submit an agreement through TEA's electronic system, which the superintendent has access to. Under Chapter 49, the board must delegate authority to the superintendent in order for him to submit that information. $7.6 million was included in the 2026 budget proposed by the superintendent and approved by the board in June, and required motion language was provided to the Board of Managers on the cover item.
Any further questions? Thank you. Ms. Moss? So we have a motion and a second. We'll now move to voting. All in favor, vote aye. Those opposed, vote. Pardon me, Ms. Verdeja, do you vote aye?
I vote yes.
Okay. All opposed, vote no. We have 8 yeses and no noes. The motion passes. The next item on the agenda is consider and approve an order authorizing the issuance of Fort Worth Independent School District Unlimited Tax Refunding Bonds, Series 2026, in an amount not to exceed $123,530,000, levying a continuing direct annual ad valorem tax for the payment of such bonds and resolving other matters incident and related thereto, including delegating certain matters relating to the sale and issuance of the bonds to authorized district officials within specified parameters. We have a motion concerning this item.
President Payne, I actually have a question about this item. Dr. Licata, if we did this today, what would be our net present value savings?
You know, I think that would be more appropriate to ask that question after a motion as part of discussion.
Okay. So I'll make a motion, but I'd like to make a motion with a adjustment to the request here. I'd like to make a motion to consider and approve an order authorizing the issuance of Fort Worth Independent School District Unlimited Tax Refunding Bonds, Series 2026, in an amount not to exceed $123,530,000, levying a continuing direct annual ad valorem tax for the payment of such bonds and resolving other matters incident and related thereto, including delegating certain matters relating to the sale and issuance of the bonds to authorize district officials within specified parameters. The addition I would like to make to that motion is I would like the minimum net present value savings to be 3% and not 2.5%.
Okay, we have a motion, and do we have a second?
I'll second that motion as amended.
We have a motion and a second.
I'll second.
Okay, is there any discussion?
Sure. Do you have any more on that, Courtney?
Yeah, I would like to know if we did this today, what would our net present value savings be on a percentage basis and also a dollar basis?
Ms. Moss, do you have those figures available?
I do not have those available with me, but the board, our financial advisors actually provided the board with the presentation. We do have those financial advisors here today to speak to this and answer any questions. So I will ask Ms. Laura Alexander from Hilltop Securities to answer those questions for you.
Ms. Alexander?
Yeah.
2% relative to your 3% comment. And those, of course, are subject to market conditions. Hopefully, we'll do better.
What would the timing be?
The district could move as soon as pricing bonds in mid-October. We can't close until the middle of November. Because of IRS rules, you have to be at least within a 90-day window of the call date, and those bonds are not callable until February.
For the general public, could you explain what the difference would mean, not in numerical, but how that would be as an operating as a government entity, quick in layman's terms?
Explain which part, sir? I'm sorry.
The difference of going from the different percentages?
Yes.
And not in the number, but more in the premise.
Right. The percentage is 3% is a percent of the refunded par amount, the existing par amount of bonds, outstanding bonds that you have. The 123 million is outstanding now. So 3% of that number is a higher threshold than the 2.5%. So slightly more conservative approach.
But as I understand what you said at the beginning, the savings actually is above 5% at current market rates.
It is.
What's the, what's the current interest rate, and what interest rate do you expect to get on the new issuance?
So the outstanding bonds that are the refinancing candidates all have a 5% coupon payment. So the interest rate on every year is 5%. That's an above market rate. And it was when they were sold. Also, tax exempt bonds are kind of unique that way. Current borrowing costs we're estimating about 4.2%.
Any additional questions? Thank you, Ms. Alexander.
Pleasure.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second to the proposal as amended by Ms. Lewis. We'll now move to voting. All in favor, please vote yes. Ms. Verdeja, would you like to vote by voice?
Yes, I vote yes. Thank you.
Okay, we have 7 yeses and no nos. The motion passes.
President Guerin,
Yes.
When we need to revisit item 12E, when Ms. Moss gave an explanation, she shared that there was specific motion language. However, that was not provided to the board. And so there is specific language that must be made for that particular item. So even though the board has voted on that, due to the fact that there's required language that needs to be shared with, it's in the cover page, or I can give it to someone. I wasn't sure who made that motion. I apologize. This is for 12E.
Ms. Lewis made the motion.
This was on the agreement for the purchase of attendance credit.
I think I made that motion.
Okay.
Will Ms. Rincon advise how we need to proceed on that?
I think we just need to go back on 12E.
Could you provide us the language, and we'll have a board member read it into the record? Let's first reconsider the earlier vote. I'd like to have a motion to rescind the earlier vote.
So moved.
Okay, we have a motion and a sec. Do we have a second to rescind the earlier vote?
second.
You have a second? All in favor, vote aye. Yes?
Aye.
Okay, we've got 6, 7 yeses, and, okay, the earlier vote is rescinded. Would somebody circulate the correct motion?
I've got it. Are we ready for me to remove?
Mm-hmm.
I move that for the 2026-2027 school year, we, the Board of Managers of Fort Worth ISD, delegate contractual authority to obligate the school district under Texas Education Code 11.1511C4 to the superintendent solely for the purpose of obligating the district under TEC 48.257 and TEC Chapter 49, subchapters A and D, and the rules adopted by the Commissioner of Education as authorized under TEC 49.006. This includes approval of the agreement for the purchase of attendance credit knitting Chapter 8 funding.
Okay, we have a motion from Mr. Prelo. Do we have a second?
A second.
Second by Mr. Stegall. All in favor? Oh, pardon me. Is there any discussion? If there's no discussion, all in favor, vote yes. Any opposed, vote no. Ms. Verdeja?
I vote yes.
Okay, the votes are 8 yeses, 0 noes. The motion passes. The next agenda item is approve resolution of the annual review of investment policies and strategies. Do we have a motion concerning this item?
A motion to approve resolution of the annual review of investment policies and strategies.
We have a second.
I'll second.
Okay, we got a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Mr. Prelo.
Do we have the current, Ms. Moore? Or Ms. Moss, excuse me.
Corrections on this agenda item, and before it was posted, we've provided those corrections to the board, so what you're about to vote on, you already have in hand. But I did want to explain what they were. The first correction is to the executive summary, just for clarification. The corrected version reads as follows. As required by Texas Government Code Section 2256.005 and Board Policy CDA Legal, the district's investment policies and strategies must be reviewed annually Any changes made to either the investment policy or investment strategies must be documented in writing. This year, there are no material changes to the investment policy or investment strategies. The second correction was on the resolution. The previous issue date of November 22nd, 2019 for CDA legal was changed to November 21st, 2023.
Any other questions or further discussion?
No, thank you.
No further discussion. If there's no further discussion, we'll now move to voting. All in favor, vote yes. Ms. Verdeja, would you like to cast a voice vote?
Yes, I vote yes. Thank you.
Ms. Verdeja votes yes. We have 8 votes in favor, none against. The motion passes. The next agenda item is approve reporting of certain certified staff to TEA for contract abandonment. Is there a motion concerning this item?
I move to approve a finding that good cause did not exist for certain staff members discussed in executive session to resign from their Chapter 21 contract, and I authorize the superintendent or designee to submit written complaints to the State Board for educator certification.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
I have a second with Ms. Lewis. Is there any discussion?
Yes, I have some discussion. Or I'd like to make some clarifications because I got a little summary, and from the sound of it, since I heard it in there was some rousing discussion about this item. And so I want to be the first to admit that I came in with a misunderstanding of what we were doing here. And that was clarified for me in closed session. Obviously, we don't talk about specific individuals, but it might come better from the lawyers. Could you explain, I think this is really important for families to understand because teachers are professionals, so they should be treated as professionals. They are akin to nurses, police. They're vital employees. And so I think we really need to talk about what we're actually doing here and what we're not. Go ahead.
Yes, so.
May I say something quickly, though?
Yes.
Just because you didn't hear one of the comments, I think you may have been out. When you just said we don't talk about certain individuals, I want the record to be clear that we discussed in executive session every individual,
Yes.
every case individually, and presented and discussed. So,
Yes, thank you very much.
yeah, you just mean you're not going to mention individuals in this setting.
Right,
Yes.
we don't want to speak about specific employees here. Every single employee has been discussed individually, individual case.
Yeah, thank you. All right.
And I guess I'd like to add to that for context to just to talk numbers. Over 80% of the resignations that would have qualified potentially from the June 26, 45-day deadline, there's not a vote to report those. The very few that we are reporting are things we heard in closed session where their good cause does exist, and those are a different segment. And to Ms. Whittier's question, yes, everyone was individually considered with the background and evidence in closed session. We were a little bit late getting out. That was a big part of that. But there's 80% more that are not being reported, and these are isolated, unique incidents that we're bringing forth for vote tonight.
Directed
Mr.
a question
Pounds,
to
would you
Mr.
please explain the 4 exceptions?
Yes, certainly. So under the statute, there are 4 good cause exceptions: a serious illness or health condition of a teacher or a close family member of a teacher, the teacher's relocation because the teacher's spouse or a partner who resides with the teacher changes employers or location of employment, a significant change in the needs of the teacher's family in a manner that requires the teacher to relocate or forego employment during a period required employment under the teacher's contract. And lastly, the teacher's reasonable belief that the teacher had written permission from the school or the school district's administration to resign. And so those are important exceptions that we want to make note of, because we wouldn't be bringing forward any teachers that meet any of those exceptions for the board to approve tonight.
Yeah, I want to be clear that if, I mean, Dr. Licata, you may want to speak to this, but we want teachers to be there. We want you to want to be there. And if you decide you want to stay home with your children, if you decide that you are having a mental health crisis and need to step away, that's not what this is. Okay?
Dr. Licata, would you like to respond to Ms. George?
Thank you, Ms. George, for some clarity. 36 of the 45 that asked for this allowance, we did approve. There is 9 that we are not, or 8 that we're talking about. I want to make it very clear that we want people to be happy where they are. Not only did we reach out to these individuals, a lot of them did not even respond when we asked for any kind of documentation that would give us the opportunity to say. So we're not operating out of fear. We're actually asking, tell us why, and we'll try and do it for you. The other side of that is, when you make a commitment to teach children, and I don't think that was mentioned in any of this, but when you're in front of children and you committed to be here, and you step away, and all the large districts in Texas do report, just like we do, you have just left the classroom of teachers or students. And to me, I work for kids. And if you're going to commit for them for the year, we will work with you. Again, we reached out to these folks. They didn't provide enough or any response so we could allow this. And that's why we're here today. Not the 36 that we did approve, that we gave off. But we cannot have people starting the year couple weeks in and deciding they want to step away. If they meet the 4, we're happy to meet that. We'll reach out to them, help them through it. But you're not going to leave a classroom of students because you didn't want to be here, or you want to go to a different district for more money or less money or whatever the case may be. Commit to it. These are kids.
Thank you. Dr. Licata, any other discussion? Mr. Prelo?
Sure, I should. One other point, I think the important part was many just did not respond. They resigned, they did not respond at all. The other was there were several comments came up about the employee handbook coming out. In all the individual reviews we did, there was not an issue that I recall anything to do with the employee handbook or anything in the employee handbook that was causing them to resign. So that was not a factor in any of these that we reviewed.
Any other comments? And
I have something.
Ms. Verdeja.
Thank you. So I have given this action item considerable thought. And while I certainly do believe that educators should honor their commitments, I do not believe that these circumstances warrant the action that is being proposed today. We are in unprecedented times. We are operating under a state intervention. We've been in place since March 24th. And in this short time, we've implemented significant changes throughout the district, necessary changes, but significant nonetheless. And if these 8 educators concluded that they are no longer comfortable working in the direction that the district is headed, I believe that they should have the opportunity to make that decision without facing sanctions. Now, I want to be very clear. I'm not suggesting that educators should never be sanctioned for abandoning their contracts. I just don't believe that this situation is the time to do it. Sanctions should be reserved for situations involving misconduct or truly egregious contract abandonment, not for educators who chose to leave during a period of extraordinary organizational change, which is what we're experiencing today. And I feel that extending grace and exercising discretion in this unique moment in time and in the history of our district would serve both our educators and our district. And for that reason, I am not able to support this action item.
Thank you, Ms. Verdeja. Any further discussion? Okay, no further discussion. All in favor, vote yes. We have, and Ms. Verdeja, would you like to vote by voice vote?
I vote no.
We have 6 yeses, 1 no, and 1 not voting. He's, oh, all right. We have 7 yeses, 1 no. The motion passes. We now move to public comment session for general items. We have 26 speakers signed up to speak. The first speaker on the list is Ambika Sharma. Ms. Sharma, please.
Okay. Wow, that was great to witness the first no vote. Okay. Way to demonstrate critical reasoning. Okay. A lot of people are signed up on various topics. I'm signing up on something that I don't think anybody else is, and that's your
Ms. Sharma, could you
2026.
stop for a minute, and I'll ask that the clock be reset, but there's noise in the audience. I ask that everyone in the audience please provide the speaker respect and give her a listening ear. So please restart the clock. Thank you, Ms. Sharma.
I appreciate that. Thank you. In my public comments, I want to address the 2026-2027 employee handbook again. Since you have your attorney there, this is specifically for him. So there's a section that says the breaks for expression of breast milk. And it, basically copies the Federal PUMP Act, which stands for the Providing Urgent Maternal Protections of Nursing Mothers Act, the PUMP Act. So I'll read. The right to reasonable break time and a private place to express breast milk ends 1 year after the child's birth. So that's line to line from the federal act. But there's also the Texas, Chapter 619 of the Texas Government Code, which allows public employees access or reasonable accommodation to a private place to express breast milk. It doesn't matter how old the child is. So that 1 year mark is not in compliant with the Chapter 619 of the Texas Government Act. In that same section, you also state the employee must give the district 10 days to comply with the law before making any claim of liability against the district. That's also not in line with the Department of Labor's policy to file a complaint. If I am not provided reasonable accommodation, I can file a complaint with the Department of Labor. I do not have to give 10 days of notice. That's actually if you want to sue. So that's also not in compliance with the Department of Labor's policies. Then, talking about the PUMP Act, I also looked at your pregnancy leave. I realized that I didn't know, but the pregnancy leave in our district is unpaid. So we are asking people to teach our children, but when they decide to have children, figure out your unaccrued paid because there's no paid pregnancy leave. Lastly, in my 14-second, I also want to object to the teacher workday, which doesn't allow for any caps. Teachers should not be expected to routinely work beyond a reasonable and uncompensated schedule.
Thank you, Ms. Sharma. Our next speaker is Max Pell.
I attended a listening session in June where one of the managers shared that the role of this board is to listen to experts. that the superintendent is the expert and that he has experts giving him advice. Less than 4 months ago, a group of my colleagues and I came before this board to share with you information about the consequences, the downsides, the adverse impacts on students that a decision you were being made to ask or being asked to make would have when you were asked to eliminate the positions of part-time and assistant speech-language pathologists. So where are we now? When your SLPs reported for work a couple weeks ago, we were told that we had a staff of 77. And that 77 included contract speech-language pathologists. That 77 included part-time contract speech-language pathologists. And just last week, we were informed we're now hiring contract assistant speech-language pathologists, the very positions that this board voted to eliminate per recommendations from experts. It didn't have to be this way. And how many did we have on day one of school ready to go? I believe it was 69, which included one contractor. Good news, we have quite a few getting through the process, hopefully soon. Multiple SLPs have resigned since the first day of reporting. And don't get me wrong, I am grateful that the contractors are here because we will be able to ensure that more of our students will receive the services that they are entitled to receive. But it didn't have to be this way. And why did it happen? You were given a recommendation that suggested that these positions were positions that we did not need. And we told you these were positions that were very much needed. What I want all of you to take away from this is that when we showed up in April, it wasn't because we wanted to make you look bad. It wasn't solely because we were angry about what was happening to our colleagues and our students, but it was really because we wanted to help. We thought you were misinformed. We wanted to give you good information, and we did. It just didn't seem to matter in that moment. But I hope it matters now, because understand, while many of us have chosen to leave the district, many of us have also chosen to stay. And we stay because we care about this district. We care about our schools, we care about our community, and most of all, we care about our students. And that's what matters most. Dr. Licata, Board of Managers, I ask you to reflect on the decisions that led us to this point. How did we get here? Can we tolerate this? Can we trust those processes? Can we trust those recommendations? Can we trust our experts? And that's an uncomfortable question, but I think it's a question that we must reflect on. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pell. Our next speaker is Christina Sellers. And Ms. Sellers will be followed by Mackenzie Ursula. Welcome, Ms. Sellers.
Hi, my name is Christina Sellers. Can you hear me? My computer's in the way. There we go. Okay, my name is Christina Sellers, and I am a Fort Worth ISD parent and a speech-language pathologist, and I am called, crazy, and fully committed to the students of Fort Worth ISD. At Convocation, I heard messages that spoke to me as a special educator. We see possibilities where others see challenges, and success is about persistence and believing progress is always possible. I also heard that there will be setbacks, and we have to learn from those setbacks. At the July board meeting, I heard joking about curriculum and instruction winning the battle to cut the most from its budget, and that comment hit me straight in the heart, because I've watched cost-saving decisions impact students. The district saved money last year by leaving a district-wide admin building position unfilled. Our previous speech-language coordinator retired in December after giving months of notice. The positions were not posted until May and remained unfilled until late July, just days before SLPs returned for the school year. That vacancy had consequences. SLP recruitment doesn't happen automatically through job postings or fairs. Historically, our coordinator, along with leadership team, built relationships with graduate programs, recruited at professional conferences, hosted graduate student symposium, and ran a highly respected clinical fellowship program. Last year, we welcomed 20 new SLPs on day one. This year, we welcomed only 3 direct hires. Our newly hired coordinator walked into this situation. Sorry, I skipped a paragraph. Last year, our department started the year fully staffed with 120 SLPs, including 12 direct hire assistants, 9 part-time master's level SLPs, 50, 60, and 80% positions, and some contractors. This year, we began with 71 direct hires. And as of this afternoon, we're down to 68. That's a major setback. Our newly hired coordinator walked into this situation, and she is knocking herself out to recruit these contractors. We appreciate her and appreciate how the district has allowed her to hire these contract assistants and contract part-time SLPs, as that's our only hope to make it to the goal of 100. I'm still grieving the loss of those 21 experienced part-time and assistant SLPs that were let go in April, as they were fully called and committed as well. I also wonder why only one of the 2 coordinator positions has been filled, despite having some experienced internal candidates who understand our schools, our staff, our community, and how to recruit within our profession. Why are we asking one person to do the work of 2 people? I remain hopeful that the district will meet the goal of 100 SLPs through contracted staffing. My concern moving forward is that 100 is not nearly enough. Overloaded clinicians lead to snowballing turnover and impacted student services. So I'm asking now, what decisions caused those vacancies? What expertise informed those decisions? What expertise informed the 100 number? And what will we learn from our setback? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sellers. Our next speaker is Mackenzie Ursula.
She has a sick child at home. She won't be here.
She has a sick
It's,
child. She said she has a sick child at home. She's not
okay.
gonna make it.
Okay, Ms. Ursula has left. The next speaker is Laura Obachowski. Welcome, Ms. Obachowski.
Good evening. In April, this board approved eliminating all part-time SLP and SLP assistant positions. We were assured that this was not a reduction in services, but a redesign to strengthen the workforce, improve continuity and quality of services, and move toward a fully staffed team of 100 full-time SLPs. Those were specific assurances. I think the board should now ask whether they're being realized. First, did we strengthen the workforce? Per your website, there are currently 32 SLP vacancies on the second day of school. What investments were made to recruit and retain the promised 100 direct hire SLPs? How was that carried out? What was the return on investment? Second, did we improve continuity of services for children? My own child lost her SLP providers in this redesign. While she has a new SLP who I assume will be wonderful, her previous team knew her. They knew her communication and regulation needs, and they knew how to support her teacher before the first day of school because they knew her last year. For her and hundreds of others, this is a discontinuity of services. Third, did we increase clinical capacity and quality? Leadership has publicly referenced approximately 5,600 students needing speech services, while other reported data from the state show more than 6,200 students receiving speech services. What is the current number of students receiving speech services? How was it determined that the district needed 100 full-time SLPs to be staffed to meet those students' needs? Fourth, how was the weighted caseload methodology referenced in June? How was this developed? Were practicing school-based SLPs involved in developing it? Was the model built from student need upward or from the number of students the number of SLPs that leadership budgeted for downward? Finally, did reliance on contractors actually decrease? Former part-time SLPs, myself included, are now being recruited as 1099 contractors. I know this to be true because I was contacted 2 weeks ago. Contracted SLPs are now able to work part-time. Contracted SLP assistants are now being used as well. Your community demands an explanation. The SLPs who chose to stay deserve an explanation. Preliminary staffing data alone show that district leadership's assurances around the speech therapy services are not being realized. Your community asks that you hold the people responsible for this emergent situation accountable. Our children should not absorb the consequences of poorly made staffing decisions or lack thereof.
Thank you, Ms. Obachowski.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Mindy Whittier.
It's been 2 weeks since Judge Pittman issued a ruling regarding the case of Shema Al-Zubi. Fort Worth ISD could voluntarily reinstate her as principal today. The latest ruling leaves the district free to do so. Members of the board are not impotent here. As supervisors of the superintendent, you can communicate expectations about legal risk and strategic priorities. You can ask questions about whether the district's approach to her case is consistent with its policies, and you can ask about the financial impact of continued litigation, because even Judge Pittman wrote that the court questions whether this case is a good use of its or the public's sparse resources. So I'm calling on you to reinstate Ms. Al-Zubi immediately. Now, I cut my speech short because I am a person that gives credit where it's due. And I want to take a moment and recognize Ms. Berdeja for her vote on the agenda item to refer teachers to TEA. In my opinion, that was the first act of integrity that we've seen out of this board since you all were appointed. And I think that it deserves being recognized. Because her vote was not just about the 8 or 9 people that you all say you didn't get information from to prove just cause. It's about all of the teachers that are sitting at home right now this week agonizing because they want to resign because they cannot stand what is happening and they are stressed beyond belief, but they're fearful about what's going to happen to their certification. So that's what her no vote was about. I'm going to leave you all with a quote that I think some of you need to hear because I keep hearing remarks from Drs. Licata and Kushner about passive-aggressive remarks about people complaining and being negative. Accountability only feels like an attack when you're not ready to admit how your behavior harms others.
Thank you, Ms. Whittier. Our next speaker is LeBeau Colbert. Apologize if I mispronounced your name.
Hi. So the district has a significant diploma to economic opportunity gap. Even with CTE, the Texas Report Card lists Fort Worth ISD post-secondary outcomes at just 28.7%. Despite new initiatives, that number might even get lower now that AI is here. How will Fort Worth ISD prepare students for an AI-driven job market which requires AI skills outside of technical roles? My name is LeBeau Colbert. I am the founder of Panoramic Solutions Management, and we plan to help reinforce your objectives, but also to help with teaching AI to the students in this district this year. So LinkedIn says that AI careers are the fastest developing careers in the DFW. So AI literacy is no longer a specialized skill set. It's more of a foundational skill set, just like computer literacy. And I believe that's the way the district should start treating it right now. For example, in Texas, Texas now requires employees, government local employees, to complete a DIR certified AI training by August 31st this year. And all government entities plus private sector companies have to be TRIGA compliant by September 1st. So my point is that AI skills are now becoming mandatory. It's not optional. So it's important that we start teaching it early on. I asked that the board would direct leadership to adopt a controlled AI literacy governance pilot across a small group of elementary, middle, and high school, using district-approved tools, trained facilitators, parent transparency, privacy protections and assessments measuring reading, math, and AI literacy, career readiness, and the results will be given back to the district to evaluate before expanding for another semester. At the very least, there should be an AI accountability committee that includes business leaders who are experts in AI that work outside of the district. So the goal is to have a compliant AI literacy strategy as a pathway to better post-secondary outcomes, so that maybe Fort Worth ISD can become the state's flagship district for K through 12 AI readiness in the state of Texas. And I would love a follow-up. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Colbert. Our next speaker is Nelsie Cardenas.
This will actually be the first time I speak to you without having something written down because I wrote a lot of things and I couldn't figure out what to say. So today, I got the news of a former board trustee passing away. And I thought, those were the good old days when the Board of Education actually cared what happened to our teachers, our students, at every single level, every single level. You could have a conversation with them, and they would answer and they respond, and their responses and the way they described employees, you could tell that they valued the employees, the students, the parents. You switch the schedule. You know how long we've been here? This is not okay for parents. You got up, Miss George, because you have a routine. Parents have a routine. The only time they come to talk to you is for the comments, and you are ruining the routine. They don't get the same privilege because a lot of them don't have someone at home to take care of their kids this late at night to make sure they went to bed. All those things are so important, but they're just disregarded here because of change of procedure, whatever fits you better. Speech therapist. Yes, they did a great job of talking. And I, as a former speech therapist for many years at Fort Worth ISD, it was hard. I helped my sister, who's running for office, Tarrant County Commissioner. I helped her with back-to-school fairs this weekend. I saw teachers who had just left work in Fort Worth ISD coming to get supplies for some of their students who they knew had no supplies. And I said, how did it go? They're like, we just can't talk about it because we'll start crying. That was their response. That's a really sad response for teachers the first week of school. So as you make decisions and you make switches and all of those things, I just want you to keep that in mind. We used to have a board who cared.
Thanks, Ms. Cardenas. Next speaker is Susan Walker. Welcome, Ms. Walker.
Hello. Good evening, Board of Managers, President Guerin, and Dr. Licata. I did want to start by saying our teachers are still waiting for a guide to grading. We haven't received that anywhere unless it was maybe put out today, which I haven't had time. Guide to grading. So, Dr. Licata, I wanted to address a couple of comments you made at one of the board meetings earlier this summer. First, you made a statement about the speakers being satisfied with the status quo, and I never heard anyone say that. What I did hear was parents speaking passionately about our district doing the best by their children. And additionally, you made a comment questioning why teachers were hesitant to try new materials, and I would like to offer some clarification on that. We are not resistant to new material. In fact, we have been using this material for 5 years now. This is the 6th year. Bluebonnet Learning is just a guise for Carnegie Learning, at least in middle school. It just has some tweaks. This is not a new material to us. We have spent years implementing it, learning it, and doing our best to make it successful for students. And personally, despite my best efforts for implementation, my scores never recovered from before the adoption of this material. I can tell you before this curriculum was adopted, my students consistently demonstrated far stronger performance than they have in the past 5 years. There were years I had scores that rivaled state scores, even though I did not have any advanced classes. My concern is that we are focused more on the structure and details as opposed to the big picture revolving around student achievement, like using tape on the board for objectives, making sure scaffolds are labeled on the board, as opposed to actually what's important, which is having those scaffolds incorporated as a natural part of the lesson. And I helped write curriculum slides over the summer. Why at the very end of the summer were directives about changing colors on the bar on a slide given? Why is it important to change the term script to teacher guidance? And why are we always to give the students thinking steps as opposed to allowing our students to think? And let me be clear, this is not the fault of our directors. Instead of focusing on those type of details, shouldn't we be focusing on the bigger issue? And while I am all about teacher accountability, I'm also about student accountability. And Dr. Licata, I just kind of want to talk to you straight right now. I really think that we need to kind of not have the dogma of this new framework. We had to give a DOL on the first day of school. We should have been getting to know our students. We should have been going over procedures. We should have been issuing the books, and we weren't able to do that. So I really feel like we need to make sure that we are looking closely at this, and you and I both know that sometimes that Tier 1 instruction is not going to be complete at 45 minutes. Sometimes those students need more time, especially when they come with the gaps that they have. So I'm asking you right now to eliminate this dogma and give us the time that we need to make sure that we are getting through good, efficient Tier 1 instruction.
Thank you, Ms. Walker. Our next speaker is Nydia Cardenas. Not here. Okay, our next speaker is Randy Wheeler. Welcome, Ms. Wheeler.
It's 12 days into the new school year, and I want to tell you exactly what it feels like in a takeover. Teachers are now required to report earlier and stay later. On my campus, that means I am required at almost 9 hours a day. New employee handbook puts that burden on the time change unfairly on the principals. Just so we're clear, we know the principal did not do that. Elementary teachers are being told to remove rugs and move classroom bins that don't fit this TEA Marath model, a model designed by someone with a finance degree. Teachers are getting pieces of curriculum packed with an overwhelming amount of information that requires a crazy amount of printing and planning and somehow still lacks critical foundational pieces for success. Now, in your head, think, what do you need to be successful in math? We are all thinking the same thing. What do you need? Practice. Guess what's not in our curriculum? Independent practice. Teachers and teachers' aides have been on campuses all weekend to make sure that we are in compliance since we have had one day in our classroom to prepare. District directives are ever changing with no time to meet the changing requirements. We are getting whiplash from trying to meet these directives. We have had less time to prepare with more demands to meet. And now we're learning principals and assistant principals are expected to work weekends, quote, until further notice. Let's be clear. If your plan requires administrators to routinely work weekends just to keep up with the demands you're creating, that's not evidence that your plan is working. It's evidence your plan is unsustainable. It's widely reported Fort Worth ISD has lost an extraordinary number of educators and principals under this takeover. And if the reports of nearly 200 resignations in just the last week and a half are accurate, then this isn't a staffing problem we can solve with another hiring fair or another 5% raise. Stacking 35 kids in a 5th grade class, one elementary art teacher between 2 campuses, inclusion teachers in algebra classes, or according to FWIA, 569% jump in uncertified teachers in a single year apparently qualifies as 0 teacher vacancies. I know that as propaganda. But I see it now. This is the plan to manage Fort Worth schools. Drive out hundreds of educators. Burn out the ones that stayed, which you saw me take off my badge. I'm one of them. Control the narrative for headlines instead of reporting the truth. But in my heart, what I know is that I no longer work for Fort Worth ISD. I now work for TEA ISD. And the Board of Managers has given TEA ISD full reign of our children.
Thank you, Ms. Wheeler. Our next speaker is Kaylee Reed. Perhaps Ms. Reed has left. The next speaker is Marcus Hatcher. Welcome, Mr. Hatcher.
Hello. Good evening. My name is Marcus Hatcher. I'm a parent of 3 former students of Riverside Applied Learning Center who have now transitioned to Bonnie Bray Elementary after the closing of Riverside Applied. I understand this year represents a significant transition for students, families, teachers, staff, parents, everyone, especially for Riverside and Bonnie Bray, bringing 2 different school families together. It's no easy task, and I appreciate the efforts of everyone working to make that transition successful. I'm speaking tonight because I'm seeking clarity regarding the applied learning model at Bonnie Bray Elementary. As a parent, my understanding based on communications at the end of last year regarding the transition of Riverside that Bonnie Bray would adopt and continue the applied learning model and be a program of choice. That understanding played a significant role in my family's decision to remain enrolled at the school. And I have received and been able to find no communication to the contrary. However, on August 5th at Meet the Teacher Night, I was kind of shocked to find out that this might not be the case. Since then, I have searched the Fort Worth website, and I can find no additional information and clear details regarding about how applied learning is going to be implemented at Bonnie Bray today. I know that there are other families with similar questions and who, like me, are simply looking for greater transparency and understanding. Specifically, I think the families of Bonnie Bray need clarification on the following. First and foremost, is Bonnie Bray currently an applied learning campus? If the answer is no, when was that decision made? Who made it? And how and when was that change communicated to the families who enrolled or continued enrollment with the understanding that Bonnie Bray would continue being an applied learning campus? Second is, are any changes to applied learning approach, are these changes to applied learning approach unique to Riverside and Bonnie Bray transition, or are they just a part of a broader district-wide approach affecting other applied learning campuses and programs as well? And then third, if the applied learning model at Bonnie Bray differs from what families were led to expect prior to the start of the school year, how does the district plan to support families who've made enrollment decisions based on those expectations and who may now have limited to no alternative options available to them? Thank you for your time. I appreciate any clarification that can be provided.
Thank you, Mr. Hatcher. Next speaker is Caroline James. Welcome, Ms. James.
Hello. Good evening. My name is Caroline James. I wanted to start today by thanking Dr. Ramirez, Mr. Harmonson, and Mr. Phillips for meeting with me this summer, although I understand that maybe Dr. Ramirez has quit her position as dyslexia director, which worries me. I'm so grateful that Fort Worth ISD is willing to hear directly from community partners like us who are working every day with families across Tarrant County. In the summer of 2025, Literacy Roundup screened more than 400 students for dyslexia and identified 150 who are at risk. 45 families accepted advocacy support as they navigated the process of requesting evaluations, understanding school procedures, and participating in school meetings. As we walked alongside those families, one pattern became impossible to ignore. A child's path to dyslexia evaluation and services is shaped not only by their educational needs, but by their family's ability to navigate a complex, time-consuming, and often adversarial system. Although every family story is unique, the obstacles they encountered were strikingly similar. We saw delayed responses, communication breakdown, misinformation about dyslexia, intimidating meeting environments, and procedural barriers that shifted the burden of securing services from schools to families. These recurring issues meant that the families who persisted did so not because the system was clear or supportive, but because they were determined enough or resourced enough to keep pushing. Fort Worth ISD has an opportunity to lead, not by adopting a single program or checklist, but by asking the right questions. The following questions come directly from the patterns we documented. How easily can families find clear, accurate information about requesting dyslexia or special education evaluations, both on district websites and on individual campus websites? What happens the moment a family submits an evaluation request? How are they kept informed about progress? Where are the requests most likely to stall or be lost? How consistently do campuses respond to the same student profile? What information do staff consider when families raise concerns about reading, and how does the district ensure that passing grades or average test scores do not prematurely end further inquiry? What does an ARD meeting feel like to a parent? And this one resonates with me. A parent who is unfamiliar with special education terminology or uncomfortable disagreeing with school personnel. What would meaningful participation look like from that parent's perspective, and what could schools do to make the process feel more collaborative? And how does the school confirm that evaluations, interventions, accommodations, and other agreed-upon supports begin as planned? These questions are not criticisms, they are opportunities. Opportunities to strengthen systems, reduce barriers, and ensure that Fort Worth ISD students identified this summer do not face the same obstacles families experienced last year. Literacy Roundup is committed to supporting these students and their families. We hope Fort Worth ISD will join us in examining these patterns and building a process that is clear, consistent, and accessible to every family, not just the ones who are willing to fight for it.
Next speaker is Reed Bills. Ms. Bills. Welcome, Ms. Bills.
I can't believe that you let Carlos Tercios pull your chain again. Chip Hora, an obviously beloved teacher and coach at Paschal, has written a book on his own time entitled Life Lessons from a Teenage Gay Icon. Did you get past that title? Read the book? Or at least read the description? It's well described on Amazon, where it is now a #1 bestseller in its category. I did read the book, and it is a charming family saga by a talented writer that shows how well he knows teenagers. No wonder his students love him. No pornography, no sex, no violence. Just an honest and sympathetic account, in the words of a teenage protagonist. How sad and mean-spirited that you were investigating Mr. Hora for writing a book that questioning youth like my queer son would appreciate because the hero is a gay icon. Give it up. Leave this teacher alone and stop listening to Mr. Tercios.
Thank you, Ms. Bills. Next speaker is Deanna Deardor. Welcome, Ms. Deardor.
Thank you. My name is Deanna Deardorff. I'm a Fort Worth ISD parent and advocate who has come to know you all well since the takeover. I appreciate how professionally and responsively you all and Drs. Kushner and Solis engage when I raise a concern. As you all know by now, I operate in a professional, measured manner. I assume the best of intentions, I give the benefit of the doubt, and I do not say the sky is falling lightly. But I'm here to tell you tonight the sky is falling. In the 11 days prior to the start of the school year, when our campus leaders and district teachers were supposed to be receiving training, learning expectations, and readying classrooms for the return of students, they were instead met with constantly shifting expectations and demeaning, unprofessional treatment from district leadership. Accounts of their mistreatment came from every type of school in the district and include staff who until last week were fully committed to your leadership. Teachers walked into the first day already demoralized, and our kids felt it. There will always be a rogue employee, and that's not on you, but this wasn't one bad apple. This was too widespread across too many campuses to be anything but a systemic failing. I actually do not believe that you, Dr. Licata, or Drs. Kushner or Solis endorse toxic management by anyone on your staff. However, members of your team, from cabinet members to regional chiefs to executive directors to principals, have engaged in behavior that can only be characterized as toxic. If TEA is forcing you to keep certain leaders in place, tell us. We at least deserve that honesty. To the members of your leadership that have engaged in those tactics with our community principals and teachers, we see you. We see the damage you are trying to inflict, and we will not let it stand. Whether your toxic behavior is due to incompetence or ego, our community is stronger than both of those things, and we are not going anywhere. To every principal and teacher who is demeaned, belittled, or given unrealistic and changing expectations every day while trying to prepare for our children, your community has your back. We are standing up for you and with you. I urge you to push back and demand the respect you deserve, professionally, please.
Ms. Brazil, not here. Next speaker is Karen Perry. Welcome, Ms. Perry.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. I'm a parent of 3 high school students in Fort Worth ISD, and they attend 3 different schools. Several weeks ago, I stood here and asked for clarity and communication to all involved: administrators, campus leaders, teachers, staff, students, and parents. I asked for one version of the truth in writing. I was assured in conversation one-on-one that principals were meeting that week and they could cascade the information down to teachers. Well, I have a follow-up question. Is the FAQs document your publicly available one version of the truth? It's the closest thing that I'm aware of with details about what to expect in classrooms, which as a parent is a huge concern of mine. However, there's a problem with this, if that is the one version of the truth that's available to everyone. I share in the top percentage of teachers in the district. You have the data on these teachers. I think that's why they earn the master designation. Also, what about programs of choice within very large campuses, if they meet some criteria that you would set for some autonomy? One, like on large traditional campuses like Paschal, one size fits all does not meet the needs of all of the students. And I cannot close without speaking up for our teachers and our campus leaders. I believe the past 2 weeks did very real harm to some of them, and it sounds like a toxic culture. Deanna described it very well. Board of Managers, I ask you to do everything in your power to hold our district leaders accountable for the culture that they are creating. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Perry. Our next speaker is Guadalupe Lynch. Welcome, Ms. Lynch.
Thank you. Hi, good evening, Dr. Licata, Mr. Guerin, President, and the board. Those of you who know me know I wear several hats in the district, so please disregard all of the other positions I serve on. Please note today I'm talking to you as a parent of a child at Bonnie Brae. Our kids have been enrolled in with Riverside Applied under Applied Learning Technique and Method since she was in pre-K. Having merged, we were excited that for the first time in a really long time, the district was now going to offer this program to 300 plus more students. Licata, I've heard you say you're looking for what works. We know applied learning works. How we fell through the cracks, how our parents were not made aware that applied learning was being dropped, not okay, right? I actually passed 4 neighborhood schools just to get to Bonnie Brae. And if they are no better, What am I still doing driving all that way? Why weren't we told? Who made that decision? Because by all means, feel free to pay for one of my kids' doctor visits. Like, I feel like I had the controlling vote on what my child chooses to be at, right? That's my job as a parent. You guys, whoever it was, I ask you to stay in your lane. As PTA mom, crazy mom, I'm here to advocate for my teachers. We have a huge disconnect in our leadership. You pointed, so I'm going to point, because somewhere from principal to executive director to regional director, they didn't hear you say, please decorate your rooms. In fact, I have video that shows that my principal asked our janitors to roll up carpets and get them out of the classroom. For what? You want to know why? It controls the classroom. You can't apply learning bluebonnet. If you did, it just wouldn't make sense, right? Our teachers are being told, this is the applied learning curriculum. To my understanding, in this district, we only have 2 professionals that have the adequate training to teach applied learning. And I can tell you, it's not Mr. Chowdhury, right? So who then gets to tell our teachers that have the training that this is what applied learning looks like? This is not fair. I did not accept it. My child should not be forced to go into a new school with the same inadequate, let's just call it that, curriculum. It's not okay. You can't have a principal who doesn't have adequate training advocate for us because he doesn't know what it looks like either. Dr. Solis is an amazing person. I've met with him. He's a great guy, and he's a student. He's a principal for the students, but he's not an advocate for us.
Thank you, Ms. Lynch. Next speaker is Roxanne Martinez. Welcome, Ms. Martinez.
Hello. My name is Roxanne Martinez. I'm the elected Fort Worth ISD board trustee and a parent. What is happening in Fort Worth ISD should alarm you as much as it does me. In the 5 months that you all have been here, we have watched some of our best, most experienced educators leave. And if you want to know why the community is frustrated, let's just take one example, Diamond Hill Elementary. Former Principal Martinez led this campus to an A rating. This took, yes, applause, she deserves it. This took her leadership, her experience, her relationship with parents, and a team that she built that believed in our kids. And instead of retaining amazing leaders who've demonstrated that they can transform schools, you've pushed them out of the arena and replaced them with less experienced staff. Meanwhile, Licata and company are patting themselves on the back for 0 vacancies. Let me tell you that parents know better. Parents know a field seat is not the same as a qualified teacher. Parents care about who is teaching their child, who is leading their school. And let me tell you, Peter, unlike your view of the first day of school, I heard from many parents that it went differently at many different campuses. Many experiences were quite the opposite, and that's why I sent them your email and sent them to you. On to another example, which some have already spoke on. Riverside Applied Learning parents were told their campus would merge into Bonnie Bray. They were told that it would become an applied learning campus. Parents and staff bought in. I was there when they clapped about the merge. Now parents are being told something very different. It's no wonder why there's a lack of faith in this administration. Uphold the promise to those parents and students. We know that the Fort Worth ISD is following the Houston model. CR, you've even told us that. So I hope that you're paying close attention to what's happening there. Here's what we can expect in Fort Worth ISD. Fewer students, more school closures, fewer advanced academic opportunities, non-compliance for students with disabilities, less support for students who need it most, and a greater disconnect from students and families served. Pete, Courtney, Rosa, Luis, Frost, Lori, Jay, Tennessee, and also to Bobby. You may have come in to these positions with good intentions. I believe you did. but good intentions don't erase harm. When you don't ask the hard questions and push back, you're destroying the district you were appointed to improve. Please listen carefully to what comes out of your listening sessions. Let me sum it up for you. Continue the progress started under Dr. Molinar's leadership. We were headed in the right direction. Treat parents and teachers with respect. Learn and uphold our community values. Partner with families and community stakeholders. Share the data and evidence used to make decisions. While many families are finding other options, it's our children that remain that are paying the price. Get out and vote this November.
Thank you, Ms. Martinez. Next speaker is Bays Mago. Don't see him. Next speaker is Alexander Montalvo.
All right, I'm going to start off with giving an example of Pete's hypocrisy. At our last meeting, a white Christian nationalist elected official, Brandon Hall, was in our presence. He works with Carlos Turcios, that y'all have been following his lead on demeaning our educators. And what do you do when his presence is amongst us? You point him out and say, we want to recognize an elected official in the room. Did you sign up to speak? Because we want to give elected officials a chance to speak first in front of the community, in front of this board. Yet, we have Roxanne Martinez, a Latina from our community, an elected official, and not once have you made that offer to her. So I ask everyone to stand up and recognize Roxanne as one of our community members, although Pete won't. This is an example of how white supremacy shows up and how bias and how giving in to the extremists in this county continue to harm our communities. And Pete, you're great at doing that. My rest of my time I want to spend talking to our educators who are in the classroom. We've heard from students, from parents, and from them themselves, the educators in the classroom, and all the ways they're trying to help students understand what in the world is going on. And they're trying to help them understand that they are not wanting to do certain things, but it is being mandated for them to do. And I want to thank those educators who are helping inform our kids and our students in our schools to let them know what an authoritarian fascist regime looks like so that they can be the resistance. It's 69 days to early voting. It's 84 days to election day. All of us can get rid of all of this by voting and getting Gina Hinojosa and so many more elected officials in office.
Thank you, Mr. Montalvo. Next speaker is Cristina Batista.
Good evening. My name is Cristina Rangel Bautista. I am a Fort Worth ISD alum, and I'm also a parent at Mary Louise Phillips Elementary. I have a second grader who receives special education services and is on the autism spectrum, and I have a neurotypical kindergartner who is 5 years old. Our family has a unique perspective on the conversation about campus performance and autonomy because we have lived on both sides of the district's socioeconomic divide. We previously lived in Overton Park. We actually moved there intentionally because we had a child with special needs. And like many parents, we believed that living in an affluent neighborhood and attending one of the district's highest performing schools would give him the best of the best. Instead, we experienced serious concerns regarding his treatment in special education, included learning from a departing staff member about a photograph taken of our son while he was cowering underneath a table covering his ears, dysregulated and in distress. Ultimately, we had to get the school district involved. We later moved to Ridgely North and enrolled our children at Mary Louise Phillips, a Title I campus that had gone from an F to a B the year we arrived. And there, we found the exceptional education we thought we were moving to Overton Park to find. That experience fundamentally changed the way I think about what a school rating actually tells us, because equality and equity are not the same thing. Today, campuses have maintained A ratings for multiple years, and they're being granted autonomy, while campuses like ours are subjected to much more prescriptive requirements. But an A or a B does not tell you where those children started at, what resources surround them, or how many barriers their teachers had to overcome to get them there. If we reward only the finish line and ignore the distance traveled by those schools, we aren't measuring excellence, we're just measuring advantage. And I'm now hearing directly from teachers about what these requirements mean for children. What a privilege it is to have a husband at home right now, able to put my special education child to sleep and my 5-year-old to sleep, which are both very difficult things to accomplish. But after talking to teachers this week, I felt it was necessary to share some experiences of theirs. Kindergarten teachers are describing 5-year-olds moving through highly prescribed lessons without adequate brain breaks and time to establish routines. First graders are losing out on carpet time and not having an opportunity to do that. Teachers were expected to begin curriculum within 5 minutes, even on the first day of school. As a mother of a child with autism, I know that routine matters, transitions matter, regulation matters, relationships matter. And as the mother of a kindergarten, I know that 5-year-olds need to learn how to be in school before they can go to school. So I asked the board to reconsider what earns campus autonomy. I also want to say something. As you are sitting up there and you mentioned your incredible leadership team, I am watching text messages happening. I am watching body language that's inappropriate. I hope we will hold them to the same standards as we're holding our students on cell phone usage in the classroom and appropriateness in public places, because it's disappointing, and I've just witnessed it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bautista. Our next speaker is Kristen Clave. Welcome, Ms. Clave.
Thank you. Good evening, y'all. First of all, I wanted to, I'm speaking as the Secretary of Fort, and I have two kiddos in the district. Sorry about that. I want to thank y'all for the listening sessions. First of all, I really appreciate the time that y'all have put in, and I can tell that y'all, when you're there, you're attentive and you really care. I want to ask for more dialogue and more conversation. The board tells us that they're not kind of in charge of the minutia things, which I understand, the governance versus operational thing. But those who are in charge of the minutia are kind of, it feels like they're answering questions selectively. And I know there's some information on the website, some Q&A, which I think has been good, but some of the answers don't line up with what we're seeing on the ground, and then we don't have the opportunity to ask follow-up questions or actually be in dialogue. So I know that you're having some sessions, Superintendent Licata, coming up as far as maybe finding solutions. I'm happy to bring some, but I also hope that we have more dialogue and conversation. As a pastor, I try to see kind of the big picture, maybe see what others don't see. What I'm seeing right now is, I can't say I'm necessarily good at that, but I try. What I'm seeing right now is a case of a dramatic kind of false dichotomy. I really feel like focusing on student outcomes should not mean neglecting teachers' dignity, their needs, or their comfort. The main word I've been hearing from teachers, especially as part of the board for Fort, we're hearing from a lot of teachers who can't necessarily speak tonight. We're hearing from a lot of families. And the main word I'm hearing is disrespect, unfortunately. And that brings up, I had a conversation with a friend today. His mom moved to South Korea to be a teacher just recently, about a year ago. She just re-upped her time there. She said they have 18 periods for planning, which equates to about 15 hours of planning. She said she enjoys teaching. She's not stressed. She doesn't take home work with her. Her knowledge and skills are respected. And I just thought I would bring that up. She had to move to South Korea to feel that way, but I'm glad she does. I feel like respecting teachers will produce better student outcomes and more holistic outcomes. Those are kind of the two things I've been hearing from families, is we want a consideration of holistic outcomes, and the other thing, the other thing would be respecting teachers. So putting those things together, we will have not only better student outcomes, but better holistic, positive outcomes, because how could we not? A friend of mine was told she couldn't have classroom books, a rug, or a desktop plant. These are items of comfort and warmth. This was at an Elevate school. And while I completely understand decluttering, in what world are classroom books considered clutter, right? So I appreciate the listening sessions, again, about the goals and guardrails, but I'm very concerned that a lot of damage has already been done, getting rid of bookshelves and things like that are really hard to bring back. So I hope that we don't wait for those goals and guardrails and have some dialogue and some change. Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Gladney.
Thank you for that. I do want to clear something up. We will have listening sessions, but not in the sense, Pastor, for everyone. For me, it will not be just talk or listen. It's going to be interactive. It is going to be a school event. It'll be planned. It's not to stand up on a microphone and just give your opinion. It's to work in groups to see what works, what's not working, and what do you want to see more of. And we gather and we get that information and we keep that information. So it is an engagement session to listen. Done these previously, and I think the dates are already posted, but I appreciate that very, very much. There's plants all over desks. There's coffee on desks. There's carpets in rooms. I actually tripped over one yesterday. So we'll look at those individually if we're hearing that it's not done, but we'll look at those. But I do want to make sure you're there at the listening sessions because it's an engagement thing. It's not contentious. It's about what do we do and what do we work on together and make it better. So I thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Next speaker is Catherine Perry. Welcome, Ms. Perry.
Hi, good evening. My name's Catherine Perry, and I'm a Fort Worth ISD parent to a new 9th grader. I'm also the daughter of a public high school English teacher in Virginia. I grew up with many memories of my mother grading essays at all hours of the night and through the weekend and everywhere in between. As a parent now, I believe my role is to support my child at home and to support teachers. If a teacher has a concern about my child's behavior or performance, my default response has always been to support the teacher and see what I can do to get my child back on track. I believe that when my daughter sees I'm confident in the teachers at school, she believes her education is important too. If I'm questioning how she's being taught, it makes her question its value. The problem I have right now is I'm finding it difficult to trust the Fort Worth ISD right now. At first, I was encouraged at the last board meeting that there was an FAQ available where parents could ask questions, and we were told it would be updated weekly. I submitted several questions on July 25th. As of noon today, it had not been updated since July 24th. Since this meeting started, there's an update from today, but none of my questions were answered then. Going along with the plant questions about plants, parents have been asking if there's an AB seating requirement in all classes. The FAQ online says that the seating model is not mandated at non-Elevate campuses. It says on there that it was implemented by the previous superintendent, and it also says that it's one of several tools that can be used. In the first 2 days of school, my 9th grader has had AB seating in all of her classes. In addition, at the last meeting and just tonight, Karen Perry mentioned it would be so helpful to have clearer communication about things like plants, about AB seating. We're asking the same questions last month as we are this month. She asked if there could be one document with this information that can be shared with all of the stakeholders, administrators, teachers, staff, parents, and students. I believe this transparency would help everybody here to build more trust, and it would help more than having a TV studio with PR videos. In addition, in these meetings, it would seem that we're having them so the public can be more informed. But when you don't have the reports embedded in the agenda, or if the data is on these small screens, I don't see how we're supposed to be informed. In summary, I want to be able to support my kid at school. It doesn't help her if I'm questioning what's going on. So I would really like to ask you to please be clear and show what you're doing for our students and let us believe in the system.
Thank you, Ms. Perry. Our final speaker is Patricia Everett. Welcome, Ms. Everett.
Thank you. I'm a parent of a Fort Worth ISD student. Change can be challenging. This is one of the messages we keep hearing from the district. And I agree, change can be challenging. I also agree that serious changes are needed and have been needed for years. However, the state-appointed administration has brought in a wrecking ball. Hundreds of teachers and how many principals have fled the district. That is a loss of creativity, skills, and valuable years of experience. And now there are over 300 uncertified teachers. That is embarrassing. I wish the district would stop saying there were 0 vacancies. Also, lessons are scripted, and teachers are being micromanaged. I've even heard there's scripted lessons in PE and art. This is not treating our teachers as professionals. Our children are not machines, and our teachers are not robots. My child and other students know that their teachers are not happy with the forced changes. As others have asked, where is the evidence that these forced changes work? They sure are not working in Houston ISD. That district continues to lose teachers and students. Now, I will say my child is close to finishing their public education experience, and I say thank goodness. Because if they were just starting their public education here, we would be leaving. And sadly, that seems to be what the state wants to do. They want to drive away families, decrease enrollment, and shut down public schools. And Board of Managers, I really wish you would push back and put up some guardrails, ones that actually do something to stop the damage that the state is inflicting on our district. I am grateful to the teachers and staff that are doing their best to teach in this harmful environment. And so to the teachers, if you're watching, thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Ms. Everett. That was our final speaker. Thank all of those who came and shared their opinions tonight. Appreciate that very much.
I'd like to address the board at this time. And I know there's a couple SLPs left in the audience. I see them waving. I see you back there. I'm committing to this board within the next 2 weeks to have somewhat of a report about that. I have been gathering some data. I want to make sure it's factual, it's actual, it's exactly what's going on. We understand and we listened. I actually have gotten text messages directly from you. I'm not sure how you got my number, but that's fine. I've answered them directly, and that's fine too. But we do look at it seriously, and we need to see where we are. And one of the biggest things I've recognized over the last day about this is we're about $10,000 to $15,000 shorter than most of our districts that we're competing with to pay our SLPs. And with a nationwide shortage, we're going to have to look at some significant changes on how we fund that, because it's very important that we have them. But right now, we can't compete with the funding. I know many of you are not concerned about funding directly, but I will commit to this board that in a week, probably 2 weeks, we don't get the actual numbers of how many students we need to serve until the end of this month. Is that correct, sir? Yeah, so we're expecting a lower number there, but still, and we also want to tier what we're talking about, but I commit to this board that you'll have a full report on everything, including some strategies to try and retain or attract, and we're going to have to look at it closely. But you are being heard and loud and clear, and I've responded to emails and text messages because it's about our kids, and we know that. So thank you for being here. I appreciate it. And we're going to work on that. So, as again, I commit to this board in the next 2 weeks, you'll have a pretty good report on everything that's going on there.
I'd like to follow that up. I'll be a little more direct. We were operating under the impression we would have a fully staffed SLP staff to start the school year. That didn't happen. We failed on that front. And I'm just going to tell you point blank, no ifs, ands, or buts about it. And I look forward to getting a report, but that doesn't change things. And so now we're behind the 8 ball. And that's on us. All I can do is apologize, but we were told we were going to be fully staffed, and we weren't. So thank you for showing up, and my apologies.
We, Tennessee and I have spoken about this, so I can't speak for anyone else, but the two of us feel like we owe you an apology. We're working, we're getting more vocal, and learning to ask good questions, because we do have good leadership, and they're absolutely capable of getting us where we need to go. But we're learning to ask good questions. So
Thank you. Again, thank everyone for coming out tonight, and thanks for all you who stayed to the end. As there's no further business to come before the meeting, the time is 9:56. The meeting is adjourned.
Those two are often full-time jobs.